preparing for live streaming. Ah, so excited. Okay, hold on. I don't know why they can't get in. So we're live on YouTube, which is dope because I figured it out. I put on real clothes for y'all today, just so you can see my face before you go on summer break. I know it's exciting. Needles.
We're gonna be on YouTube. Okay, turn that off real quick.
Okay, hold on.
Why do I so
I don't know why they can't get in. So we're live on YouTube. There's an echo. Who? What's this here?
Why can I still see myself?
Needles.
We're gonna be on YouTube.
All right, so that's live streaming. Share.
I didn't sign a waiver saying that I was gonna participate in the stream.
Oh gosh, really, Josh?
I'm just saying.
We can't even see you.
I'm look, my voice is very noticeable. I mean not noticeable. You know what I'm trying to say. Identifiable.
Okay, so Woodza, I'm gonna need you to actually share screen and go first. Darren will be next, then Jocelyn. Alex, I know Derek and Tyler did not come. I was trying to do you guys in reverse alphabetical order, but it's not working. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to like cope with my stress.
Breathe. So I'll give a brief introduction to the project before any of you have to start really talking about it, so that our studio audience has some idea of what they are viewing. A few years ago, I was granted some land in Ghana after the passing of my father. And at the time, it was only partially developed. Wasn't sure exactly what I was going to be doing with it. So I actually contacted Mr. Daniels and told him that I wanted to bring this project before the student body to kind of flush out some ideas for what could be done or what could be accomplished with this piece of land. It's located in Weja, Ghana, which is about 20 miles east of Accra, the capital. It's on a very high elevation, almost on a cliff, overlooking the Weja Reservoir to the north and to the south. If you go about 5 miles, you can see the Atlantic Ocean. So it's a residential plot in a residential neighborhood that's under development, mostly by private owners. And the students for ARC 302, which is the second half of the third year final design studio, were tasked with creating plans for housing for repatriates, people of African descent from all over the world who would be interested in returning to Ghana, because this was a whole big thing with the year of return, returning to Ghana and living and adapting to a new way of life, coming from Western civilization into life on the African continent. So there are a number of, well, there's always a lot of amenities going on in Ghana because there's a lot of food and things available, but there are also a number of challenges in terms of infrastructure and waste management and water management and the fluctuation in with all of those things considering the rainy and the dry seasons. So with that being said, the students were kind of given some flexibility in terms of the program. We actually ended up developing the program together and then decreasing a lot of the density of people on the site in some situations. and other situations, the students decided to get as many occupants as they felt comfortable were on there. So there was a lot of leeway in that. And then also, they were encouraged to implement passive heating and cooling strategies, renewable energies, and ways of kind of bringing the outdoors in and helping anyone that would be in use of this space to adapt to a new way of life in Ghana. They were not required to add parking on the site, just because the site was so tight in terms of space. And so some students opted to just do pull-up parking in a few spaces, like drop off, that type of thing. There are a number of taxi services available in Ghana. Uber is a big thing. So that's a viable option if you don't have a vehicle. We are under the assumption that these people that are just newly relocating to Ghana might be staying in these housing units for 6 months to a year and don't necessarily want to ship over a car. This is like what one of our students called the 0.5 house, where you're trying to get adapted. I didn't want to call it a halfway house, so he said the 0.5 house. You're trying to get adapted to life in the area. Trying to think of any other overall information that I did not cover about the project in general. So yeah, this is a continuation of research that I presented last year about architecture and sustainable design in Ghana, the Legacy Project at the NOMA conference in Brooklyn, New York. And now the students have further developed that to present solutions for housing on a site, and we're going to view that. So I hope that was helpful for all of y'all. I hope y'all shook off your nerves a little bit. Our first presenter, hey, Monali, you're here. I'm sorry, I was looking at a different screen. Welcome, welcome. So our jurist is here. Please introduce yourself, because I always feel like I'm saying your name wrong. We can't hear you. Hold on. Unmute. Are you unmuted?
So, okay.
Yay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, great. So hi, everyone, once again, and glad to be here. Prof, thanks for the invitation. So good to be with you guys at Tuskegee again. My name is Monali, right? First name is Monali, last name Okumabwa. And I'm the founder of CPDI Africa, which is the Community Planning and Design Initiative Africa. We look at African-inspired architecture on the continent and the diaspora, looking at cultural preservation and sustainability. So this is an awesome opportunity to visit with you all and see what you've done. It's an awesome design brief. So Prof, thank you so much for doing this with your students, and I'm looking forward to contributing.
I'm so excited. Okay, so What we're going to do, because I did not get everybody's PowerPoint presentation initially, I'm going to ask you to share screen as I call your name. So everybody was asked to, of course, you have the checklist of stuff they were supposed to have, but they were asked to put together a PowerPoint presentation and present for about 7 minutes, and then we will give feedback. Mr. Daniels is also here, and we are also live on YouTube. So people that could not be here at this time will be able to comment and give feedback later for the students to access. So we're doing this digitally. I'm excited. All right, so
Daniels. Okay.
we are going to start. Look at this one. We're going to start with Miss Woodza Pierre-Luce. Woodza, are you ready?
Yes.
Can you share your screen, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you guys see it?
Yes. And a lot of these students have named this project after me or my father because this began as kind of a memorial to him. So you will see my name kind of scattered throughout this. But go ahead, Woodza.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. This is Asamoah's Eden. My name is Woodza Pierre-Luce. I'm a third-year architecture student from Tuskegee University. So the project description. So as we know that thousands of African descendants are going back to Ghana for business purposes. So the goal of this project was to create a condominium for single to young families ranging from the age 40 to 45. So they'll have a dual citizenship where they could do both business in Ghana and in the US. So for the demographic study, so I interviewed Professor Asamoah for the family of 4. Some of the strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities that she told me about was the fact that for a strength, the local goods are cheaper than the US. A weakness is that there's a lack of access to internet. An opportunity is a dual citizenship. One of the threats, of course, is droughts and floods. For a single family, the strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities and threats are similar. One of the strengths is also the increase of tourism. A weakness will be occasional earthquakes. An opportunity will be a dual citizenship, and a threat would also be drought and flooding. So these are some tourist attraction nearby the site. You have the Makolo Market and the Bojo Beach. So with my concept, so we were asked to create an art piece to explain what have we taken from the Ghana's culture. So I woven this piece of cloth together from the fact that my grandma, she's illiterate, and I taught her how to read and write. So, and for that, I really value education and knowledge. So I wanted to show this art piece as a way of our skills moving together, where she taught me how to sew and I taught her how to read. And I also wanted to explain the meaning behind the Asamoah's Eden. So I was reading Genesis 2 verse 9, and it was talking about how in the Garden of Eden, there was a tree of knowledge, and how the fact the Garden of Eden was enriched with vegetation. And I wanted to portray that on the site. So this is my mood board. What I'm going for is the tropical brutalism, where it's just pure concrete and natural wood with just vegetation from originated from Ghana. My materials, like I said, is concrete, glass, wood. So this is the context map. My site is approximately 170 feet by 96 feet, big, wide. We have the dirt road, and we have existing structure with the blue. These are my process sketches. So I wanted to really play with the topography. I didn't want to do like a flat site. So I played with the different heights, and you will see that as I show more pictures. This is how I plan to lay out the site. I started by having everything in just one single form. And as you're gonna see how I shift things around so it could incorporate the weavingness of my art piece. This is the site plan. This is my site plan. My site can take up to 6 cars in the parking lot located in the entrance. We have a lobby, cafe, community roof gardens, front yard, backyard, and a continuous walk path and a pool. So for the first floor, on the first floor, you have the lobby, the office, the laundry room, vertical circulation, elevators, stairs. For my unit 1, we have 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom, as you could see right here in the pinkish reddish color. For the blue, you have 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, and also all of them have storage spaces. And this is the pool here. I'm not sure if you guys can see my mouse, but this is the pool here. For the yellow, you have 3 bedrooms and 2 bathroom and a half, and also storage spaces. And all the units have a private balcony and a public balcony. This is the second floor. On the second floor, you have the cafe, restrooms, because the point of this site is to make it residential, but also it could have events. So I need to have enough restroom where if there was an event, people could use. As you guys can see, this is my 1 unit, my 2 unit, my 2 unit, and my 3 unit. This is my elevation, my south elevation, and my north elevation. The south elevation pretty much show you how the shifting of my units moved. Like I mentioned before with my process sketches, I incorporated patterns on the cafe to bringing the culture. So as somebody drive up that pathway, they would feel welcome. And also you could see the amount of vegetation that's around the site. This is my south elevation. I have a lot of glass. No, this is my north elevation. This is my south elevation. I have a lot of glass so that the light can come in through the north. This is my west and east elevation. It's to just show you how you could see how everything shifts as it goes downhill and uphill. This is my section. It's cutting through the 1 unit and the 2 unit bedrooms. So you could see here, this is the 1 unit and this is the 2 unit. This is my wall section, showing you how everything gonna be put together. This is my sustainability diagram. One of the major things that I highlighted on this project was, of course, the amount of vegetation that's on the site. I have green vegetation on the roof. I have vegetation between the pathways. I have solar panels on the tilted roof. And I also have fans in each room, and the windows are operable, one of the words, so that the fan can remove the hot air and air can come in. So I'm gonna start showing you guys pictures of what it is like when you're approaching the site. So this is the first thing you see when you approach the site. This is the lobby, front desk right here. This is the cafe. So this balcony will be for the community. If they're having a party, inviting their friends, anything can really happen here. This is inside the cafe. This is the rooftop. Like I said before, this project, the goal of this project was not only for the residents, but it was also for the community. So if they want to have like a party, they could rent out that space, which will bring more money to Professor Asamoah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So this is the courtyard on the roof. This is my floor plan for my 1 bedroom. I have a total of 2 1 units. So this is the front of the 1 unit. This is the side of the 1 unit. And this is the back of the unit. As you can see, everything is very open. So you can really just open the doors and the windows so nature could be in and out. This is inside of the 1 unit. This is the living room area. And this is to show you the entrance and the living spaces. This is for my 2 bedrooms. As you can see on the floor plan, where the bathroom are laid out, storage, the living room, kitchen, and so on. This is the front of my 2-unit. This is also another 2-unit front. This is the back. This is the back where it's like really for the people living there, for the pool, where they could have barbecues, parties, or just really hang out. This is inside, the living space, and the bedroom. So the bedrooms are pretty much the same thing in every unit. So I only showed one because I didn't want it to repeat the same thing over and over. This is my 3-unit. We have the first floor here, and this is the second floor. So you have the living room, the dining room, a bedroom right here, and you have a study room on the second floor. This is the front. So my idea was to really that people could have like dinners outside with the community. So it could be very like intimate with the neighbors. This is the side. This is inside. This is the study space. So this is the front of Asamoah's Eden. So this is the pathway where people could just really walk from their house to enter. It is also ADA accessible. This is the backyard, and thank you. This is my project. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Okay, so I'm gonna let our visiting professors comment first, because I've seen most of this before. Thank you, Woodza, first of all. So there was a minimum for renderings, and Woodza went above and beyond the minimum, as per usual for her. So I thank you for the very realistic interior and exterior views of how you wanted to address the site.
No problem.
Any thoughts?
Okay. Do we start responding now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So very well done. I love the presentation. Please tell me your name again.
Woodza Piadelis.
Your first name is?
Woodza.
Oh, where are you from?
I'm from Haiti.
Haiti. Okay. Woodza. How do you spell your first name?
Roodza.
Okay. Woodza. Wow. Okay. Lovely. All right. So very good. First, let me ask you, how many units did you have in total? I think I missed that in the beginning.
I have 5 units in total.
5 units.
I have
okay.
6.
No, 6. All right. So you had 6 units, a pool. There was a community center type place for activities.
Yes.
You had courtyards. I think I saw several of those.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So overall, I'm going to do this very quickly. I love the renderings. The vegetation just said home. It said home. It said home. It said home. You can do so much with plants, the palm trees, the color, just your gardens alone sold me. I'd buy into that. So very well done there. I heard you when you said the operable windows, very important. We see a lot of that in tropical architecture. You do want to get that hot air out, although it does come in when you open those windows. So sometimes air conditioning is good. You will definitely need air conditioning since you use concrete. Okay. But I love how you used it. I didn't feel like I was oppressed with concrete. I think the finishing was good. So you kind of disguised that fact. If you didn't tell me, I might have thought it was stucco, adobe with some coloring on it, but you said it was concrete. But still very well done there. Loved your open spaces, your use of the patterns and the motifs. I like that language. I like that visually, I could tell immediately. I would say I was in Africa. You showed the patterns that you drew inspiration from. So that was good to see that in the beginning and to see how you translated it. That was good. And once again, lots of concrete, but I wasn't oppressed by it. So visually good, 6-unit good. I didn't know what the brief said, how many you had to do or how many you could do, high density, low density.
It became very flexible because we developed the program in class. And then when we started actually applying it spatially to the site, we realized that the density that I was requiring of them was too high. So some of the students opted to reduce the density significantly, which I was fine with. And others decided to go with the maximum amount of people they can fit on the site. So you'll see variations.
Okay, all right. So visually wonderful. I think you achieved your goal. Condominiums for African Americans returning home. I saw the Ghanaian identity. I think I would ask, where was the African American identity? Where was the African American identity? So visually, how would you have displayed that? And then what else could you say about how you laid out your spaces, or what activities would be going on in those spaces, how that would also reflect the fact that this is a space for returnees. So their culture has to also be shown and blended with the Ghanaian architecture, aesthetics, and all. So that's it. I want to see both of those cultures reflected. So that's it for me. Very good.
Thank you.
And Prof. Kwesi.
So graphics wise, I was very impressed with the quality of graphics. You had one that I think was most impressive was the sustainability one. That one, I mean, that was a beautiful, beautiful graphic. And one of the things I've seen through the years is students and people in general will allude to sustainability and they'll like point to things, but it doesn't seem integrated. Your sustainability options, they all seem to be very well integrated into your design, such that your design sustainability is not an aside. It felt as if it's a part of your design, integral to your design. You're very welcome. I also like the cultural expression. I really, really like the fact that I can tell that your aim is for it to match the environment that it's in. I'd say maybe one pushback on Modelly's statement about the African-American expression may be that we can get caught up in Americanizing things sometimes. And I like that so when you think about something that goes into a different environment, if it doesn't fit into that environment and it looks like it is, it's like America coming in, we talk about like gentrification, here you drop something into an environment that doesn't fit. The problem with all of these folks that are repatriating, there's a good chance they're seeking to want to be a part of the culture. They want to be a part of the Ghanaian culture and do not want to stand out. I think back, if you ever travel, I'm sure in Haiti, and I'm sure Dominican Republic, you'll have folks who come off the cruise ship and will hop on a scooter. And if the experience is anything like when I go to the Bahamas, the scooter is a bright yellow scooter, and you think you're doing something, and that scooter just screams out tourist. So there's no amalgamating into the community, even if you just wanted to feel the culture. There's a big dollar sign that's like put on your back. So what I feel is that the way that you approach the culture with that level of sensitivity, although it may be a brand new building, I've seen some of the other stuff that's around there, it would definitely stand out, but you would not say, oh, that's an American building, or those are Americans who live there. You might think it's a wealthy Ghanaian, or you might say, oh, it's a Ghanaian who has sensitivity to our culture. You might even forget or not even recognize that this is a space for repatriation and just think there's a whole lot of really funky Ghanaians living up in there, you know? So I love that it is deliberately engaged with the environment. So I can see the design of the concrete, some of the molds that you had for it was like a screen or, you know, a porched area, the wall. But how for the patterning, how were you going to create that patterning on the walls? I mean, it was a very, very colorful, very intricate patterning. What were your thoughts on how that would be created?
In Ghana, they have, I'm not sure if it's exactly in Ghana, but the artwork that I found was from this Ghanaian artist. So they actually do it by hand and like carve it into the wall. So it's like a carving into the wall, then they paint over it. So it's very traditional in some communities. So that's what I wanted to portray there.
Well, then even better, because you're not only creating something that's culturally specific, you're also employing local folks in the work, which allows it to be more and more engaged with that space. You know, employing folks that are local and using local materials and local construction methods means that it doesn't stand out. People say there's a sense of ownership, even those I may not live there, but I feel as if I'm a part of it. Last question, in terms of price point, I know you may not have gotten into this, but do you think about, you know, what's the thought of, is it just patriots that are able to live there, or are others that are from Ghana able to live there? And I don't know, I know this is probably a question for Professor Asamoah, but I'm gonna throw it your way, only because I think what we want to do is not create a condition of haves versus have-nots.
Yeah.
And if you're using local labor, local materials, so everybody local participated in the construction, that nobody local is able to live there, then you now create this condition of animosity between those who live there potentially and those who are native to there. And you know, you don't want that animosity between what is deemed to be a positive contribution to the community.
That's definitely something to consider. I think because when I assigned the project, my thought process was like, okay, they're in a Ghanaian residential community that's relatively affluent. So they'll be surrounded by people who are more or less Ghanaian middle class. So to offer some units to Ghanaians who are like born of the continent could be interesting in helping those that are coming to repatriate transition. So that may be something to consider going forward.
That you want people to have a sense of ownership, and you want that community to take ownership over what's being built there. You know, you're doing it in so many other ways with the materials, with the local labor, local materials. You know, both should feel like this is a place for me. So those that are native to the space should feel like this was created for me, and those that are repatriating should say, this is being created for me, and see this as it's created for us.
I think one of the ways that it combined all of them together is with the community space. It's not only for the residential, but it's also, if you want to have like a party, they can rent the space and do what they need to do. Then I think that's one of the ways to incorporate the people living in the area. So.
Well, I think your approach was well thought out. Very, very engaging. And man, good job.
Thank you, Wuta.
Yeah.
Okay.
And before you go to the next student, I wanted to also respond to something Gracie said, which was so on point. And as I thought, as you talked, I thought she was actually onto something. Both of you were onto something when you mentioned about identity. So I was thinking, okay, so I drive by the building. What tells me that this building was designed and developed by African Americans, right? Returnees. Where is that cultural identity? How is that displayed or expressed in this building? So I know, you know, more about the building, know its story just from looking at it. Hadn't thought about people not wanting to stand out. That's a good point. Also hadn't thought about necessarily bringing an American aesthetic, but an African American aesthetic. But actually what she achieved was she did exactly what, in my mind, I would expect African Americans moving home to do. And that is to be more conscious of being who they are. How about that building might be the only one that stands out in that community that is proudly expressing we are Africans.
That part,
Exactly.
because a lot of times Ghanaians who are building their homes will build very Eurocentric buildings.
That's
And
correct.
it's very reminiscent. It's got like these, you know, huge columns that are Romanesque and have all these classical accents and things. And more often than not, do not express the Ghanaian culture. Like I had a cousin born and raised in Ghana,
Right.
huge mansion of a building. He has no family, but with these huge Italianate columns. And I'm just like, because you think that this is, you know, what is an established person should have, you know what I mean? It's not so much the pride in the culture, whereas what Woodsy achieved, she actually incorporated something that the Ashantis are very well known for, which is carving into the surfaces of the buildings, and then also incorporating that weaving element that was not only reminiscent of a personal story for her, but reminiscent of the development of kente cloth. Like she wove a piece of fabric. I was mind blown. So that yeah, I'm here for it. I'm looking forward to everything else that everyone's.
Good one. Very good. Very good. Okay.
This is so dope. Okay. Who's next? Mr. Johnson. Jaren, do you want me to pull up or do you want to share screen?
I can share screen.
Okay, dope.
All right. So hello, everybody. My name is Darren Johnson. I'm a third-year architecture student at Tuskegee University, and this is my project, the New View Condominiums. Okay. So welcome to the New View Condominiums. Living in this beautifully developed condominium community provides a perfect place to acclimate yourself to the new and exciting life you'll find here in Ghana. Located near the Wager Reservoir, West Hill Mall, and the Zaytuna Park. All right. This site is perfect to explore your new surroundings. With open floor plans, 11-foot ceilings, and spacious balconies, your condo is designed for maximum space efficiency and comfort. Enjoy your convenience of the full-size appliances in the kitchen, including side-by-side refrigerator with ice maker, microwave, dishwasher, and disposal. Our clubhouse offers a full-service laundromat, cafe, and mailroom. Just behind our clubhouse is our beautiful pool area equipped with a sun deck, perfect for relaxing and to relax and unwind after a long day of exploring. The demographic information. Our target market was between the ages of 30 and 45 years old. Descendants of the diaspora were looking to relocate to Ghana. One user being single and the other being a family of 4. These users are looking to work remotely and start a business in the country. The concept statement is the New View condominiums are a great place to start your new life. This site fosters a peaceful environment where new beginnings carry you to a vibrant future. And this is my material board and my mood board. So My materials were walnut solid pressed glass, black steel, and polished concrete oinks. And for my concept development, I have where I first started my original plan for the condominium. I was going to have parking underground for the units. And then from there, I was going to have the 1-bedroom on the first floor with the bottom bedroom for the 3-bedroom unit, and the 2-bedroom unit were going to be above the 1-bedroom unit. And there was going to be a rooftop deck on top of the unit for the tenants to enjoy. And then I looked at how the spaces would line up because I didn't want it to all be rolled the same way. I wanted there to be shifts within the form. So I kind of looked to see how the units will line up that'll flow up easily. And then for my site plan, I use the entire site I use green space within the site, and then I have the pool area with green space on both sides, and you see the rooftop deck for relaxation. I do have parking on the site, but the parking is not underneath the houses anymore. It's only parking in front of the clubhouse with paths that will lead you to all the units. So these are the floor plans for the clubhouse and the second floor plan for the rooftop deck. When you enter, you see the office where you sign in or sign up for your new condominium, the mailroom, the laundromat, and then the cafe. And then outside of the cafe, this exit leads to the pool, and then you go around to go up to the rooftop deck. And then behind the clubhouse, I have seating areas so people can enjoy the outside and fresh air with the greenery that is around. And then on the rooftop deck, there's seating that faces the reservoir and seating that faces the pool area. And so for the first floor, this is the 1-bedroom unit with the balcony, and it's the room is not very large, but the living space is, and it's open floor plan, so there's no walls that will separate the living room or the kitchen. And then for the doors that lead you to the balcony, they're pivot hinge doors that will swing, and you can slide them as well to the wall, and that allows for airflow to go into the unit easily. And then for the second floor, you go up the stairs that are here, and then you move up to the door and you go in. And when you enter the second floor, you go into the bedroom areas, and then from there you have the bathroom, and that will lead you up into the second floor of the unit, which is shown here. And that leads you, no. So for the second floor plan, this is a 2-bedroom unit, and this will lead you to the rooms with the bathroom here. They have a Jack and Jill style bathroom, and that leads you upstairs into the living area found on the second floor of the building with the same kind of pivot hinge doors that allow for airflow through the unit. And then from the third floor, you would enter up the stairs behind this 2-bedroom unit to your entrance, the same entrance that kind of looks like the second floor. And then from there, you go up the stairs above the door, and you'll enter the third floor with the living area, kitchen, the 3rd bedroom, and the porch. And this is my wall section. I'm sorry that you can't see it because I don't have the softwares that will allow me to darken it so that you can see it. So this is the best that I could do for today. I apologize. This is my sustainability diagram. I have a lot of windows on the buildings with the large windows that are the pivot hinge doors that allow a lot of natural lighting within the units. And then the pivot hinge doors also allow for cross ventilation between the living rooms and the rooms, which all have their own individual windows that open as well to allow more airflow. And then there's moss walls within the garden area to allow for air to be circulated and refreshed, because moss is a very great plant that circulates and cleans the air within the surrounding area, and it's not very hard to sustain, and it doesn't take much maintenance. And here I have my building section and my perspective section. This section is of the 1-bedroom unit with the kitchen, living area, and then the bedroom. Then there's the door for the bathroom. And do you see the doors that swing open and slide to the wall? And then the porch is out there as well. And then the perspective section that shows you into the bedroom and shows the other side of the unit. And then this is the elevation that I do have. My computer crashed while I was rendering one of the buildings, and I lost some of the files that were on my computer. So this is the elevation that I was able to get from the computer. And I do have my renderings for this is the 1-bedroom unit, and I chose the color red, which is on the Ghanaian flag, as a highlight of color choice within the building. And I plan to do that with the other units as well, with the other colors of the flag. And this is the other view into the room, with this being the door into the 1-bedroom unit with a room. And this is the outside of the unit. I was only able to do a small part of the unit because if I used too much of the site, my computer would crash and I couldn't have that again. But it shows the balconies with the grass on, with the moss. And they show seating in the fire pits and tenants within the unit. And then this is renderings of the pool area and the sun deck with grills and seating underneath the pool, as well as the sun deck on top of the pool. That is it.
Darren, can you go back to the slide before this?
This one?
Can you tell me what unit, what's where in terms of your building layout? Because you don't have a complete section of like the whole building, it's just a unit. So can you tell me where, like the first floor unit or the second floor unit, et cetera, where those things are in this drawing?
Okay. So this is the 1-bedroom unit, and this is the 1-bedroom unit here. This is the 2-bedroom unit, and the stairs are on this side of the building that lead you up to the 2-bedroom unit upstairs area and to the 3-bedroom unit, with this being the 2 bedrooms, and then this is the 3rd bedroom and the living area with the porch.
And did you accommodate some type of like mechanical systems or air conditioning in your building? Because it seems very closed in.
For this, this is another sustainable feature. It's because of the winds that come from the north and from the south. This allows for air to be pushed through that opening down into the building to release some of that air that can build up at the top.
So you're saying it's like a stacked ventilation principle?
Yes.
So the issue with that is, from what I'm understanding of your floor plans, so we know that hot air rises, right? So the hot air will rise and come out of that top unit, but the 2 bottom portions of the building are still going to be pretty hot.
Well, this flows through all the units with like pipe, well, not really pipes, but passageways for the air to flow through all the units. And then they have the pivot doors that they can also open and crack and twist for air to go in as well.
Did you demonstrate that in your sustainability diagram?
No, I couldn't get the doors to swing.
No, I mean the stack ventilation principle that you're describing.
No.
Mr. Daniels and Modely.
Okay. Prof, you want to go first?
Sure. So, can you go back a couple of slides? Go to, okay. And go before that again. And, all right, yeah, you can go forward. All right. Can you explain these images that are on this ground area? Are those, what are these? No, on the clubhouse.
The seating?
Oh, that's seating?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. It looked like images of trees.
Oh, no, those are
This is hard.
Mississippi pillows on the chairs.
Got you. Okay. All right. So there are a few things, few things that you want to address. These are just from a more technical standpoint. So I can't place your clubhouse on the site. So we always got to have context. Right now, I see doors that just open into space. They got to be opening onto something so we can follow where what's going on there.
Okay.
All right. These stairs, I'm not following what's going on with the stairs. Do they go into a building?
No, they're on the side and they go up to the roof area.
Okay, so you want to make sure that the area that's going up, the part that's up, that's cut off, that part should be dotted so that we can tell what's above our head.
So this area here?
And no. The part that for the stairs.
Okay.
You see we have the section, the cut line for the stair.
Yeah.
You want to have the part that, you know, where your arrow is. The stairs that are after that cut line, they should all be dotted. So we know
Okay.
it's above us. And the landing should be there as well, so we know that it's there. What's the size of your circulation?
Of the clubhouse?
Yes, with that hallway space, how large? What's the length on that? The width?
About 45 feet.
All right, so that's well, no. I'm talking about from the width of the hallway, not the length of the hallway.
Oh, about 10 feet.
10 feet, okay. All right, that might be okay. Yeah, it might be okay. All right, go to the next slide. All right, so you have a couple of things here on this slide that you got to resolve. So when you put furniture inside a space, the whole goal is to demonstrate how well it's going to work, right?
Yeah.
So I'm looking at your kitchen area. How do I get from the door to the seating?
On the first floor,
Yes.
this pathway here.
All right, what's the space in between the wall and that counter?
About 2 feet.
Yeah. So you got to have at least 3 feet of space.
Okay.
And then how do I get into, you said you have a Jack and Jill bathroom, right?
Yes.
Jack and Jill tub. All right, how do I, what happens if I'm in the tub and somebody decides to go to the bathroom in both of those rooms?
You talk about as far as like the water running?
No, as far as somebody, I want to leave. I'm done taking my bath and I now want to leave. Yet 2 people are using the toilet at the same time.
Oh, got you.
So, or better yet, I just finished taking a bath and 2 people just used the bathroom. I don't think I want to pass through that in that moment, right?
Yeah.
So you always want to think about the space and how it's being used. I'm looking also at your stair. Go back. I'm also looking at your stair, and I can't tell where is. Yeah, I can't tell what's going on with your stair.
Or
So how do I access the stair that goes up?
for the first floor as well,
Yes.
just this space here. It's not very detailed because of the up, but there's a space between the wall and the stairs for you to go up.
Okay, and how big is that?
It should be like about 3 feet.
Okay, so that
Bottom
looks
of the
smaller
stairs
than
to the wall.
your stairs are going to be 3 feet wide, so that space you got to take out at least three stairs in order to get approximately that 3 feet of space.
Okay.
Okay, so you have just going around. You have some space planning issues that you want to resolve, because that's going to be the stuff a person's going to jump on before they start thinking about the quality of the space. They're going to, I mean, the quality of design. They're going to jump on the actual expression of the space. Okay.
A full building section would have helped tremendously in kind of filtering out some of these incidentals, because I remember in desk crit, we talked about some of the issues that you had with the spatial planning in regards to the kitchen and everything, and I don't feel like you really worked that out or resolved it. I'm glad that you put forth the effort to do renderings, but I think it's very important to make sure that spatially you have things worked out both on a horizontal and vertical plane, especially since the big part of your concept is kind of these whole stacked elements with porches overlooking different views of the site. So I would go back into that and see. I would go back to like lay over some trace over this and see how you could better manipulate your spaces and make sure that you're allowing for enough clearance in between furniture and fixtures and such.
Okay.
Madali?
Okay, okay. All right, so I think on a lot of the technical points, you all, both professors have covered those issues. I think what I want to do is focus more on the beginning of his presentation, coming in from a realtor's perspective. Darren, I liked how you kind of sold us on your condominium. You talked about all the features that we would like as African Americans or as Americans coming in to buy into Ghana, buying into this building. You talked about the refrigerators, open floor plans, microwaves, all of those things that a realtor will talk about. Jack and Jill, all of these are features that we're used to here. And so yes, that will work well, as selling points. Okay, so that means that this should be a comfortable space for us to want to buy into, move into, and have a good experience while we're in Ghana. But then thinking further along as a realtor, some of those design elements might not transfer well. So let's say this was going to be a resale, right? And you had a local Ghanaian wanting to buy this space. How would it work for them, right? So I'm taking you for just a couple of years down the line, right? This is not for now and for your current buyers. But you talk about open floor plans, open kitchens, those will not work very well or work very well for a second buyer, even for the first buyer, just because of the heat, how hot it is, cooking in open spaces and having that heat transfer to the living room and all of that. The open floor plan doesn't work very well in Africa.
Okay.
A lot of times because of the food that they cook there is so spicy and all. But even for us, when we're moving back, Open floor plan doesn't work too well just because of the heat. You're heating up that open space, right? The living room and the kitchen, and it might not be so pleasant.
Yeah.
Another thing you mentioned, the Jack and Jill, that works well here, but culturally on ground. This is again coming from a realtor's perspective, resale value. I don't know, you might want to chip in here, I'm not sure, but I know in Nigeria, most floor plans, every room has to have its own bathroom. Yeah, people just don't understand why they have to, well, a certain class of people, certain
Yes.
class of people, they're not sharing their bathrooms. Every bedroom comes with its own bathroom. I know I took over a facility in Nigeria that someone had designed before me. A Nigerian came to America, got an American architect. They went back and designed these condos, and they had the Jack and Jill. And then they now hire me to market to Nigerians on ground, and they weren't buying. So I had to go in there and redo all the bathrooms and put a bathroom in every bedroom. So just thinking about that culturally, still be mindful of what you're designing and building in a particular place. So the Jack and Jill might be a hard sell. And then if your original owners eventually, take on some of those Ghanaian traits, they too might have an issue. So look at those kinds of features. What are you taking from here, over there? What works, what may not work down the line? Just look at it from different perspectives, not just the architect's perspective, the realtor, end users. And then once again, I wasn't very sure on your materials. Also being very mindful of the materials that you're using, right? Because of the climate. I know we use a lot of concrete, but it's not the best. So always think about the local materials that you can use that are sustainable with the, with the weather, the climate, that keeps the heat out. Yeah. So those are my comments.
Thank you.
All right.
A little bit about the bathrooms. I think for Ghana, it's a little different simply because of water shortages. So that's something to take into consideration. It's like, if you have a water shortage or lights off or something of that nature, when you're like trying to accommodate all these different appliances and plumbing fixtures, etc., what do you do when the lights go out? What do you do when there's no water available? Is there a backup cistern or water storage collection to accommodate the residents on site? When I was at University of Ghana, one of the biggest things we had to deal with was like running out of water mid shower. And you would have to go and collect a bucket of water or get a bunch of sachets of water and try and rinse yourself off. So the shared bathroom might not be such a bad thing depending on who you're dealing with. It's definitely something to take in this consideration, though. I'm trying to think of like my family's homes. But yeah, everybody, like my aunt, who is like a lawyer, she has bathrooms for each individual unit. But she also has water tanks on site to accommodate that. So if you're going to do that, make sure that you take into consideration that the plumbing, the water that's coming from the pipe might not come on one day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Real thing.
Good points.
But thank you, Darren. Mr. Daniels had to run on and do a call. Thank you, Darren. I'm going to be sending everybody, like I'm taking down comments, so I'll be sending you notes and feedback. Let me see. Tyler, are you still present? Mr. Mitchell? Can you hear me? You're muted. Let's unmute you just in case. Tyler, you there? Are you ready? Shake off the nerves. It's all right. Breathe. Can you share a screen or do you need me to pull up your project? I don't have your project.
I didn't send it to you.
I don't think so.
I sent it in an email.
Hold on. Some of these files came in kind of hot. Hold on, let me see. Did you send it to Gmail or my Tuskegee address?
I did not. Oh my god. It's in my dress. Okay.
Well, can you just share a screen? Is that a thing? Are you able to do so?
I'm scared something pop up, but.
Oh, whatever pops up, we can't see.
Oh, really? Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Share screen. Bear with me. Oh, here it goes. Okay.
Then after this, we'll go to Jocelyn, and following Jocelyn will be Alex. Hi, Kayla.
Can you all see?
Give it a second. I don't see anything. Okay, there we go. Boom. All right, so there we go.
Minimize this. Okay, you're smiling. I don't know why.
Because Tyler, you're very Ghanaian in your aesthetic in that you love all the colors and all the patterns and all of the things at once. I've come to expect that of you. So please go on ahead with your presentation.
Okay, so my name is Tyler Mitchell. I'm a third year architecture student at Tuskegee University, and this is my final presentation for the Asamoah Townhomes. So on the right, you will see that I have laid this project out into 4 different parts, which will be introduction, analysis, site, engagement, and final drawings. And they're all comprised of just the things we had to have for this project. I personally wanted to do a brochure or an itinerary, but no, thanks, just.
I was trying to take some additional angst off of all of you, but you keep wanting to do this brochure. I'm like,
yeah. I tried to put it in a brochure format, but here goes.
That's fine. All right, let's go.
So, starting off with demographics, the target buyers for this project are around the ages of 35 to 45 years old, as you all know. But one thing you might know is they're returning. They're potential buyers that plan on maintaining their current job in the United States. So they're looking to work from home, and in response to their needs, my site includes amenities such as Wi-Fi access, relaxation spots, a cave, a community area, and the top of the line security covered the site. The Asamoah Townhomes are the perfect spot for the users to continue their line of work without having to set up for less. So to go into detail about security, so research shows that almost 80% of burglaries enter through the first floor. So cameras are to be placed at every first floor entrance and in the residence hallways. The security space has accessibility and viewpoints of the courtyard from his or her desk in all security cameras. And next, the cameras are to be spotted in plain sight to alert potential intruders, which is, I feel like a good move to make with knowing that one of the threats in the Ghana was that crimes were rising and things like that. So it was just to offset that. And so next, the amenities. So Ghanaians are no strangers to pedestrian traffic, but our returnees will most likely take the Uber or Trotro route, which is by bus. Within the site, there are a few options for eating, and to be exact, there are 3 spots within a 10-minute walking radius of the site. To stop by for a bite of drink or to eat, or you can go to the pharmacy, which is located 15 minutes walking. And there's also religious school, 25 minutes out walking. And en route, there are more shopping areas and things like that. And so the 3 spots that are offered is, So the 3 spots that are offered, which I got from analysis, is Panache's Pub and Grill, exclusive New York sports bar, and another eatery called, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this right, but Mullet Gardens, one of them. So I can continue next. So, concept statement. So my concept statement got really, really deep. So as you can see,
You're deep dude, Tyler. You're deep dude.
in our weekly sessions with Ms. Asmwa and a fellow friend, they emphasized how Ghana was family orientated, unlike any other. So Ghanaians are known to give their last to a stranger, in a sense, when they were talking about, asking them if they had food, or just down to the little things that we take for granted over here in the United States, which I thought was very key in the community and just a unity feel. And so it was my intent to interpret a unified feel to join fellow returnees as if they were home. And the layout of my site allows engagement between residents, visitors, and everyday staff through everyday events. So saying that in the US, well, I was taught to treat the janitor like the principal, or how with my friend, not any different. Everybody's a person, it's no higher up echelon type thing. And so my mood board ties very well into my concept behind community and unity, but much deeper. Centered at the forefront is arguably Ghana's and the universe's most prized possession, the woman. All things stem and revolve around the woman. The pattern used gravitating towards the woman is a breakdown of the Adinkra symbol. Ms. Osmo, can you help me pronounce that?
Inframadan.
Inframadan. And it symbolizes fortitude. The strong woman, as you can see written down her neck, is a patriot for her country, standing boldly behind the blood suffered through her country's independence and through the rich minerals rooted within it. And as you can see within my collage, I have some of the flag colors, which represents that. And so continuing. So the climate for Accra, Ghana, there's a wet season and it rains a lot, and heavy rainfall usually swing through around March to mid-June, and the other starts or ends around September, October. The rain doesn't last long, but during this time it pours, resulting in flash floods. And I kind of got something in my sustainability that I'll show you to offset that. So also with the wet season comes the dry season. The dry season begins in December and ends in March. And there's also a season which brings in heavy amount of wind, and it's almost toxic. It's not toxic, but you look like you're walking around with big red puffy eyes, but you don't even know it because it's not irritating you. And so those winds come in through the south of the Sahara Desert into the Gulf. So the extreme amount of dust in the air can cause limited visibility and tends to block the sun for days in a period of time. And I can't imagine that. So I need to go visit. So part 2 is the analysis. So my precedents, I have the first precedent, which is Cotner P Street apartment complex, which is located in Lincoln, New
Nebraska.
England. Nebraska, yeah, Nebraska. So it is a U-shaped apartment complex, and it's a U-shaped apartment complex, which I mainly grabbed the president from, but it also had parking connected to the residential spaces, which I saw in some of the other submissions and other projects, which I found was very interesting how they incorporated the parking right outside of the residential spaces. So it wasn't any walk or anything like that. It was like right to it. So also they have a pool located on the interior, which, as you can see in the right corner of that picture at the bottom left. And so my next president was Area 31 in One Bay Residences in Miami, Florida, which is a lounge spot. And they're mainly known for their rooftop bars and just lounges and things like that. And what I got mainly from that was from the rooftop furniture and how the setup went. It was like two seatings on the edge of the balcony, which I thought was really interesting to have a look outside of the balcony while you eat or just converse with a friend or something like that. And I also, in the photo that you can't see, which is the One Bay Residences, they had lounge chair positioned linear with umbrellas on top of them, which I thought was a real key rooftop feel that I wanted to incorporate into my design. So you will see that.
Tyler, excuse me, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna need you to speed it up a bit because we got a lot of other presentations behind you.
Say less. Okay. Can I skip through this?
Yes.
Okay.
So, let's get to the actual layout of your site and how you approach that. All right.
Okay. So this is my program diagram, and basically this is showing you what's private, public, and public. So my private spaces are residential, mechanical, mailroom, and parking. The private / public areas are the pool and rooftop, which is not shown. The public spaces include the CAF, which is joined with the community area, security, leasing, courtyard, and the garden. Part 3, which is site engagement. So I wanted to show y'all how I started off with the depressed site at first in my first few iterations of my design, which was prone to flash floods, and the windows were very subpar, and it just wasn't gonna cut it for the 3-story townhomes then. So in my next iteration, about a month later, I elevated the site, and as you can see, it's a much more feasible and aesthetically pleasing to look at. And it engages more with the site, so it wasn't just on a flat surface. And yeah. So my first iteration of the program diagram, you can see I just had my buildings, my spaces got everywhere. I really didn't know what I was getting myself into, apparently. And so moving on to iteration 2, I started to put together. So I placed the residence spaces together I put the mail and leasing together, which needed to go together. And I also, within my design, I eliminated the laundry room. I'll tell you why. So these are my elevations of my current site now. And so the top left is the south elevation. The north is the top right. The bottom left is it says west, but it's supposed to be the east elevation. And the bottom right will be the west elevation. I could skip to this too. Well, so I have solar panel systems running across diagonally my site, which well, not diagonally, but diagonally in this photo. But it's basically just saying that my solar panels are sustainable because they store water, which would then travel to the overhead feature above the pool into the 1 and 2 bedroom townhouses. And then those gutter systems will flow down into the cisterns on the ground. And I have 2 garbage disposals located on the site, 2 locations for garbage disposals, not 2 garbage disposals. And they're located on the site between the community space and security space. And so moving on to my natural ventilations diagram, I use double casement windows all around the site, but especially on the north elevation. Yeah, the north elevation. During non-harmonic months, the casement windows will allow fresh drafts in and push moist air out. And double casement windows are also said to be one of the most energy efficient windows after fixed glass units. And I use timberwood flooring as a choice for the returnees, which may have children, as the surface is fall friendly. And the surface also provides a long-term investment in easy maintenance over time. I use composite wood flooring on my roofing, and it is a man-made floor which is designed to reduce the moisture. Reduce the moisture and will not swell or work under such conditions, such as rain and wind and things like that. So the last part, which is the final drawings. So here goes my site plan, and I wish I could draw on here, but yeah, there's my site plan. First floor plan.
How many units do you have in your building?
How many units do I have in my building? So you talking about at a residential space only?
Yeah, in a residential, like how many residential units do you have total?
12.
Okay.
12 units. So it's 2 floors, and each 1, 2, and 3 bedroom have 2 floors. As you know, at first it was going to be a 3rd floor, but we eliminated that out. And so,
And on the back side of your building, where are those doors going out to somewhere? You see what I'm talking about? In that area that kind of slants off onto where your dumpsters are located, I believe.
so that's the doors for the dumpster.
Okay, so it's for people to access directly from their units to go out the back of the building.
But what are you talking about?
And the back of okay, so we're looking north, south, east, on the west side of your building.
Mhm.
Where the dumpsters are, those doors
Yes.
are meant, okay, all right, just clarifying. Please continue.
Okay. And so if you want me to go back to this floor plan, then I will, but I'll move on to the second one.
Mm-hmm.
And you can really, so the mechanical room and so the mechanical room, the cafe and community area, and this other building are just here for purposes of, just so you know, where they are, because I'm gonna zoom into those the next slide. And so here goes my second floor plan.
Mhm.
This is the rooftop floor plan, as it consists of different types of seating. So some for groups, some for individuals, individuals who wanted to eat at the bar, which is by the railing, looking down, which is a very good spot. And there also are lounge chairs, which has a patio type setting. And I also have, I already mentioned the couple seating. And I just also have like a chill spot to where I incorporated the broken down a decrease symbol. So,
Okay.
slide. Ma'am?
Hey, kind of run through these slides quickly, Tyler.
So yeah, so this is just different. Yeah, those are the floor plans that I told you I was gonna zoom in on.
Close up. Okay, got you.
This is my site section, building section, elevations again, interior space. This is the third. This is the 3-bedroom space right.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the 2-bedroom living area and the cafe and community space.
Okay.
This is the entrance. This is an exterior view of my townhomes, looking out from the top of the courtyard. And as you can see, just a couple at the top of the balcony, on the rooftop, a girl on her phone walking, and somebody reading a book in the courtyard.
Okay.
And so, ma'am.
Well, continue.
Oh, here's the outdoor gathering space, which is better known as the rooftop. And I just tried to incorporate lounge type, rooftop type vibes within it. And as I mentioned before, there is different types of seating, group, individual, couples. And again, it's the girl chilling. And here is my mood board. So the mood board I wanted to create was, I think I pretty much already got that under wraps. Pretty much conveyed that message, but my materials board, I wanted to use timber wood flooring, exposed concrete walls, and fiber cement panels. And that's it. Sorry, yeah, took so long.
Thank you, Tyler. So Mr. Daniels has a comment, and he says, Tyler, I don't know if your building wants to be this close to the property line. The size of the building is very large and can be very imposing. I agree.
How do I share my screen?
So you have a number, okay. So Mr. Daniels, he's got comments in the group chat, so I will go back to the group chat when you're finished. Madali, please give us your feedback.
Okay, so on that last bit, he was very African. He was very African in his approach. He he used all the land at his disposal.
Yes, this is very true.
Conquered that plot of land. Yeah, but the good thing is at least he took us up to his rooftop patios, so we still got to enjoy, you know, fresh air, sunlight, and some greenery up top. So yeah, he really uses space. So I would say yes, kind of bring it in so we have some some movement on ground as well.
Yes, ma'am.
But first thing, lots of good research. I enjoyed listening to your research. I don't know how many slides you all were supposed to pull together, but you had quite a bit. So that means you were very committed and dedicated in getting your work done. I enjoyed your architecture. The color, the red, very vibrant. Another very African approach. Oh my God, the colors. Woo, we love those colors. Shouting, we like to shout. So that was
They
good.
witnessed my wardrobe. Seen what I wear on a daily basis. So
Okay. So he got that in there. I don't know what restrictions there are in Accra in terms of color. And in Nigeria, you're not free to do a lot. You're not free to be that creative and
No.
express.
yeah, Ghanaians just kind of go for it, and nobody
Just because, so I went for
pulls
it.
them back. So
That's good. So he can do this.
can.
This definitely makes a statement, and you'll definitely see it coming down the road. You'll stop and ask questions, and that's what I always do. The first thing I say is, "What do I see?" Was a statement made? Should I slow down, take a photograph? Does this speak to me? I'm always looking for a building to speak to me. So I think this is saying a lot. You didn't do a lot of patterns and motifs, but you use your color.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
All right, so that was good. So good there. Good research. I did have a question. I think I missed a little bit when you were talking about sustainability and water collection. Can you just tell me again what you said there? Are you?
So with the water collection, I used on my site there were going to be solar panels which would go across my. It was an overhead plane across my pool area to give the pool and the residents, whoever was in the pool, shade and things like that. So so as you know, it rains a lot in the wet season, and so during the wet season and whenever it rained, those solar panels had a tube on the at the bottom of it, and they were slanted. It was a tube to where they collected the rainwater and used it as some type of energy that it could be used for around the site. And but basically, the water went along the sides. It went along the sides of the overhead plane, down the pipes on the sides of the townhomes, and into cisterns underground.
Okay.
And they were all going towards the mechanical room.
Okay. All right. That was innovative. Very interesting. Using your solar panels to also collect water.
Yes, and it was through research too that I found out that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that was good. I'm glad I asked again because I missed when you first said that. So that's also in addition to the research. I think for me, as I'm gathering information, I'd like to look into more of that myself. Then the other thing, your concept, very good.
Thank you.
Strong Black woman, very good. Talking about Ghana, which is a typically matrilineal, right?
Yes.
Okay. Mitchell, you were working there. You were working. So I connected to that. I connected to that. So that was beautiful. Tying in, culture, heritage, identity, into your building that way. That was very good. And then coming from that feminine perspective, that power, that strength, very good. I was speaking to a young designer a couple of days ago from Jamaica, and she was just going on and on about the women in her family, her great-grandmom, her grandmom, her mother, her aunts, her sisters. And I was like, so tell me about the men in your family. And she says, oh, okay. Then she talked. And then I said, you from Jamaica? She said, yeah. I said, very powerful women in your family. I said, have you done your DNA? She said, no, I haven't done my DNA, but I know that the women in my family, they were Maroons. And the Maroons were the strong ones who escaped Jamaica, and they went into the hills to live, escaping slavery. And that they already knew that they were from Ghana. I said, okay, all right. So I'm
Woo-woo.
glad connected immediately. Strong women in Ghana. So that was a very good point that you highlighted in your research and your
Thank
for your
you.
concept. So that was good. All right, well done.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Tyler. All right, so we're going to move on to Jocelyn. Then following Jocelyn, we got Alex. And then following Alex is Kirby. And I think Luis is after Kirby. Yeah, Luis. So Jocelyn, are
Excuse me,
you?
this is Kayla. Just a quick question. Where am I on the list?
Yes, ma'am.
Where am I?
You are following Luis, after Luis.
Okay, thank you. And did you get my email?
I'm
I'm gonna just tell you what it says. The
Okay,
PowerPoint is way too big to send in the email, so.
you'll have to share a screen. That's fine.
Alrighty, thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask us to be thorough but quick because we have so many students that need to present and we don't want to go over time. We're at 3:51 now. So if you see me like holding up 2-minute fingers or something, just kind of pay attention to your professor over here waving at you to either speed it up or wrap it up. Okay. Thank you. All right, Jocelyn, you ready?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
My problem.
Yes, I have your PowerPoint.
Professor,
Yes, sir.
could we bypass the demographic and stuff like that because it's the same throughout each project?
Yes,
Please.
I agree. I agree. You can go kind of just go straight into your concept and go into yeah, your design. So thank you for that, Josh. Documents. What am I looking for? I'm looking for Jocelyn. Give me a second. Jocelyn, what was the name of your project? It's the Ghana project presentation. All right, yes, okay, I got it. So Jocelyn, you can kind of skip through the SWOT analysis, et cetera, and just go straight into your concept and the development of your program on the site.
Okay.
All right. Share screen. Bam. Share. How do we do this? Slideshow, okay. No internet connection. We are not doing that today. Hold on, you guys. I'm sorry. Technical difficulties. Yeah. Slideshow. And from beginning. Okay. So, Jocelyn, just tell me when
Hello,
to.
everybody. Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Jocelyn Johnson. This is my project. It's called the Legacy Project for Miss Asuma. You can go to the next one. And the next one. My concept statement comes from the Indakra symbol, which symbolizes emancipation, independence, and freedom. You can go to the next. These are my concept developments. So what I did was try to do iterations of the Indakra symbol and how it can be seen through my design or the building layout. And the next one. Furthermore, with the Indakra symbol, I decided to explore geometry, and with that, the mirror effect. So throughout my design process, I decided to make decisions based on geometry and mirroring of the axis. So my site organization is at the top is the pool and the, let me just start at the entrance. So the entrance is on the south side of the site, which is at the bottom, and it is, the entrance is southwest of the site. And as you enter, you will be greeted with security, and the pink symbol is the transportation service. So it's only meant for pickup and drop off. And as you walk into the site, the central location is where you access all of the spaces. On the two sides of the central space, the community space, is the circulation, which gives you access to the residencies, which is the first 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedroom spaces. And in the courtyard area is where you can locate the pool. You can go to the next one. My material board, I wanted to utilize concrete, wood, and steel trimming. The next slide. And my mood board is a tropical oasis. So I wanted to utilize lots of greenery and seating areas, and to utilize those spaces for seating and embracing the natural airflow. Next slide. This is my site plan. The center, you can see the diamond. That is for rainwater collection. You'll see that in my next slide. So these are my elevations. To further talk about the rainwater collection, the center is where the rainwater will go, and and it'll go down to a cistern in the ground, and that's where they will collect the rainwater throughout the site. And next slide. And these are my north elevations as well. I didn't mention that they are wraparound porch or balcony, and they also have solar panels, and the roof is a butterfly ceiling to accommodate the rainwater system. And next slide. And this is my section for the community space and the residential space on the southeast side. Next slide. And these are my floor plans, as well as the perspective drawings to those floor plans. The first floor is the 1 bedroom, the second floor is the 2 bedroom, and the third floor is the 3 bedroom. So there is an overhang of each. The apartments come with amenities. They have a washroom as well. They have a private entry and a wraparound porch. And the 1 bedroom also has a den space. So it's a 1 bedroom plus a den. And next slide. And this is the floor plan of my community space. The community space consists of the laundry service, cafe. I did a play area as well. The mailroom, the leasing office will be located on the first level, which is the second floor. And outdoor seating, picnic area, and pickup drop off shuttle service. And this is circulation view, or the tower. Next. And this is my wall detail drawing. I utilize steel and concrete in the wall detail. And this is my sustainable diagram. I have, I mentioned that I have solar panels at the top on the roof, and they are tilted so that it can have the natural sunlight hitting it. And I also have cisterns underneath the ground, and the water system as well from the center.
Okay, first of all, Jocelyn, I want to commend you through all of your technical difficulties and lack of access to internet and such. You've completed the project. There are a couple of things that I'm a little concerned about in terms of your relationship with the building to the site and the slope. And we talked about this. I know there was a little bit of confusion for you, but what did you do to address the slope? Because it looks like you just kind of flattened out the site.
Yes, so I did the fill-in retaining wall. I tried to show my topography, but I didn't know how to show it. I believe it's the last slide. Yeah. So I tried to indicate that I filled in that space so that it'll be a flat surface, because I didn't do that in the beginning, so I had to go back and take care of that. So that's why I didn't incorporate that in the drawings.
So it's more or less you had kind of already established the form and the structure of the building and then went back to address the site by cutting and filling.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Madali?
Okay, if you could go back to maybe her front rendering or elevation or 3D, just see what it looks like again. Yeah.
Oops, sorry.
Okay, yeah, that was a good one. Okay, all right. So my first comment, I liked how she drew inspiration from the symbol, the Adinkra symbol. I didn't get the name of that symbol again. What was it?
That symbol was
Not sure how to pronounce it.
Fawahodi, I think. Yeah. Fawahodi.
Fawahodi. Okay, so I like how she, kind of abstracted her plan from that, and it made for an interesting massing. And I like how she used it to create that courtyard space and then harnessed her water in that space. I think that feature, that water collection feature, could really be celebrated. It could be a major, focal point in that courtyard, depending on how she finishes it, lighting, just water, the water feature itself, pattern, just how she wants to celebrate that feature in that space. Let me see what else. Even though the building is large, it doesn't overpower the site as much as a previous, but it's definitely there There's a lot of construction going on there. I think maybe if we had some more renderings, I would see the finishing. Does it finally appear as light, or does it appear heavy?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering about the materiality of it. It seems about the structure itself, like in this detail. So it seems like we have this concrete foundation wall, and then these the steel structure that's very airy and light and floating, and then lots of glass and bamboo to tie it all together.
Okay. Okay.
At least that's what I'm seeing. I could be wrong.
I'd like to see a final rendering of what this, would look like. Like with vegetation and all of that complementing. I think it's a beautiful design. I just think I want to see it more developed. I want to see it jump out at me. Yeah.
Yeah, more context, people, vegetation, because you indicated some of that in your actual site plan, which is very nicely rendered by hand. But like Madali, I would also like to see more of the contextual elements that you're pulling in to develop this mood that you've created in your mood board.
Exactly. Okay.
But good job, Jocelyn. Thank you.
Yeah, good job.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, Mr. Jones.
All right. I can screen
Do you
share.
need me to share screen or you got it?
I got it.
Okay.
All right. So good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'll be presenting on the Awesome Wild Legacy. My name is Alex Jones. I'm a third-year architecture major at Tuskegee as well. So I'm going to go ahead and move on through to my steps. So the concept art piece that I developed for this project, I gave the name of DAP. It draws inspiration from the hand greeting that developed in African-American cultures between the 1960s and 70s. And I thought that it was important to incorporate this as kind of a greeting gesture and something that is known throughout the African-American diaspora and the African diaspora, giving that this pulls to those that are returning back to the continent of Africa. I incorporated the form of the kind of hook shape of a hand when you're dapping someone up in the circulation of the site, as you can see in the floor plan that is on this page. So moving forward to my materials, for the exterior facade, I've chosen to use stucco. Two particular colors are the burnt orange, which I felt was a good idea to use to kind of give the feel of coming from the earth. The soil there is a red clay, and I felt that it was important to feel like the building belonged. So that was one way of making that happen. And also with the blue of the stucco, I have that inspiration from the Gullah Geechee community of the coast of South Carolina. Oftentimes they'll paint the underside of their porches a blue color, which is a haint blue, and actually is thought of as warding away bad spirits, and also it helps with eliminating hornets from making nests underneath overhangs. So on all of the overhanging elements of my exterior, the stucco is accented with that teal color. For the windows, I took advantage of Corten steel for the sunscreens, and the frames are a dark maroon steel color. Moving into the interior, the wall colors that I've come up with are a warm white, a teal color, and an orange color. The floors are polished concrete, and those polished concrete floors are accented with a shell and glass resin terrazzo flooring in dirt in certain spaces. Also for the unit doors and the stair railings, they are of Coca-Cola wood. So this is a context map of the development. So as you can see here, I have Owuku at the Asamoah Legacy. The Owuku is the residential portion of my project. And then I have the Aya at the Asamoah Legacy, which is designated for more rental and community space. So moving into some of the plants on my site and the vegetation layout, I've taken account of the different tropical plants that are native to the area. And one that I really found that drew my attention was the African tulip tree. I used that tree to help buffer on the edges of the site, on the north edge of the site, excuse me. Also on the front edge of the site that faces south, which is the lowest portion of the site, I implemented planting Oriental erosion control grass to help with runoff on that edge of the site. So to speak about the layout looking at this site plan, residents will enter on the east side where it's labeled 1. And then the 2 masses towards the east side are residential and part of the Owuku. And the people of the community will enter on the west side, which is the part of the Aya. Moving forward. So to get a little bit more in depth with the site plan and the floor plans of the entire development, going from the ground floor on the bottom, residents enter from the east on the right. They come into their lobby area. Adjacent to that is the administrative office. Coming out of the administrative office, there is the atrium that is a double height atrium. Adjacent to that is a public restroom and then the laundry room for the residential units. In the orange are the 3-bedroom units that are located for the Owuku. Then traveling down on the path, you get to the residential entrance to the Aya, which is the community and meeting space. In that space, you have a primary gathering space and a secondary primary space. The secondary primary space, meeting space, has a food prep area, and adjacent to the primary meeting space, you have 2 single occupancy restrooms. Moving to the second floor, you have the main atrium, double height, that follows from the ground floor up. And then in the teal color, you have the 2-bedroom units. And then going over, you have the Aya community and meeting and rental space with its balcony. These are the elevations of my site. So from top down, you have the north elevation that faces the reservoir. On the south elevation, this is the street elevation that passerbyers will see. Top down again, you have the west elevation of what you would see entering the Aya community center and rental space. And on the bottom, you have the east elevation that is the residential entrance. This is a site section, a longitudinal site section going through my building, where you can see the relationship between the units, the 2-bedroom on top of the 3-bedroom, and then also its relationship to the site. And also you can see that there is a secondary section, cut B. So going to the perspective section, cut B, you can see the structural system that I've decided to use, which is CMU and a metal steel decking with concrete fill. And adjacent to that, you can see my wall section on the details of construction of that. Sustainability that I took into account while designing this is water collection. So the water is collected on all of the roof surfaces of the development, and primarily on the unit portion, the residential units. The water is collected and flows out through a copper drainage system to fall down into a water collection garden that filters it naturally and drains it down to a tank beneath that walkway. And one thing that I thought was important about that is that it gives a secondary visual effect to the sustainable aspect of recycling the water. Also on the side, I incorporated bioswales on the northern side of the building to help with water runoff and drainage and to avoid pooling at the foundation walls. Also for stormwater management, there is a pipe that runs along the south side of the site that helps in aiding water to not pool, but to drain downwards into the lowest point of the site. The sun path on the property, I utilized that in facing the building south and having the balconies and terraces of the residential units on the north side. So there's always a perpetual shadow cast over them to incorporate shade. Also, solar energy, there are 36 solar panels that cover the roof of the development, and natural ventilation in the units and throughout the whole development. So the window design that I've chosen to use is composed of a fixed casement window on the bottom portion and a louvered portion at the top that allows the heat to rise and exit out of the building. Although during the windy season, the vines that overhang allow to naturally filter the air when it enters into the building to cross ventilate the units and the community spaces. So moving on to the Owuku at the Asamoah Legacy. This is the residential portion. It consists of 2 floor plans, the 3-bedroom, the Atubia. It is a total of 990 square feet. You enter on the ground floor into a dining and living space with a bedroom directly across from you, your kitchen to your left entering, shown on this floor plan. And there is a shared bathroom between the 2 bedrooms across from the entryway, and the farthest back bedroom has its own personal bathroom, excuse me. And one thing that I incorporated from Ghanaian culture is the idea of gathering space. And I tried to incorporate that into the plans by not necessarily having designated spaces per se, with the idea of the bedroom walls are more so they're a barn door system, so they can slide back and open up your floor plan to allow and accommodate for more people. And in addition to accommodating for more people, all of the beds in each unit are built in Murphy bed systems so that they can be folded up and moved out of the way. This is another rendering of the Atubia. So the 2-bedroom unit is our smaller unit, the Ama. It totals at 890 square feet.
Wait. Why did the AMA have to be small? I feel I feel singled out. Did y'all peep that? Like, he low-key came at me. It's okay. Continue. I'm gonna let you be great.
In the Ama, you
said it's small and mighty.
Thank you.
So much to offer.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you.
Second floor, phenomenal. So in the Ama, you enter similar to the Atubia. You enter into a dining and living space with a bedroom across from you and then a far back bedroom. There are 2 independent restrooms. Well, the 2 bedrooms have 2 private restrooms, and there is a public open entrance to your patio space, your balcony space. And in this rendering, you can also see how when the Murphy bed is pulled up, it does allow for office space. So that way, if you are a single or a small couple moving to the Asamoah Legacy at Owuku, you have the ability to work and continue on your life within your unit. And then this is a little bit about the lobby and reception space for the residential area. So you enter into a lobby space and reception. There is a desk designated to those in need of Wi-Fi and just a workspace outside of their apartment for those that don't like to work in their living space. Adjacent, you still have your administrative office and senior occupancy restroom, the laundry space and elevator, and then stairwell in your main atrium. And there is seating within that space to encourage meeting and gathering. So this is a visual of when you first enter into the lobby and reception area. This is the administrative office. This is the ground floor of the atrium space that I was talking about, the double-heighted atrium space. And this is the second floor level of that atrium space. And now moving on to the IF, the Awesome Wall Legacy. So these are the two floor plans, the ground floor and the second floor plan. The ground floor is 1,774 square feet and the upstairs is 500 square feet. So the ground floor is accommodated to have lecture space as well as dining space with the food prep area. And then you have your two single occupancy public restrooms. This is a rendering of your ground floor gathering space. You can also see here in this rendering the food prep area in the back. And this is a rendering of your second floor balcony overlooking. And that is the Awesome Wall Legacy.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
I like the nighttime view.
Yeah. Mhm.
Natalie,
Okay.
go ahead, because
want
I've
me
seen
to-
this project.
It's like you need to give him some more work to do. A lot more work to do. He can handle it. Alex, that was very good.
Very
Beautiful.
thorough.
That was a high-end development. How many units did you have in total?
There's a total of 4 units, 2 2-bedrooms and 2 3-bedrooms.
Oh, only 4 apartments?
Yeah, there are 4 apartments, but the idea was that because it is a transition space, that they won't occupy it for long periods of time.
Okay, all right. Oh, it looked much larger than that. The whole development looked much larger.
That may be because of the scale and placement of the units, so it kind of made them look larger, and because I broke them up vertically with different panels, so each unit from the elevation has 2 panels, so it made from the street appear that there's more units than there actually are.
Okay. All right. We'll go back to the beginning. Your concept, combining the African American greeting, the DAP, and the blue color from the Gullah Geechee. Fabulous. You talked about that DAP originating in Africa. Do you know the origination, the story behind it?
I did speak with Professor Asamoah on greetings in Ghanaian culture, and she was telling me how a lot of them snap when it's like a dap, then you snap.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that it was interesting the fact that we, as people of the African diaspora, we all are physical greeters. There's a true gesture. It's not just a grip and shake, but there's more to it. So.
Okay, I like that. All right, yes, that is an African retention. And the same thing with your Gullah Geechee, the spirituality in the color blue. That's even the same in my village. There are a lot of connections between the two. But of course, you know the story of the Gullah Geechee. So they're one of the communities here that have managed to retain a lot of their African identity. So I applaud you on bringing both of those together and taking them back home. Well done. Your materials, did I see brick, clay brick, and stucco?
No, just stucco.
Just stucco. Okay. It looked like, I thought I saw some brick. If you had done that, then I'd have gone back to my favorite discussion with Prof. Quissy and us and making those bricks, right? Our own hands and the science and technology that we brought from Africa when coming here, right? We didn't learn everything that we know from America. We brought a lot of the wealth. So much. It was more than just the singing and the dancing. We brought so much when we came to the Americas. And I've always wanted to understand deeply the connection between architecture, right? Our architectural retention. So if you had used clay brick, then I would said, okay, that's another kudos to tying what we as African Americans did with clay, making those bricks, because we didn't use bricks often in Africa. We did, of course, but not often. Most of the time it was the wattle and dub, and you're plastering the clay or the mud walls. But you know, stucco is definitely a contemporary version of traditional African mud building. That's what stucco looks like. That's what stucco is, right? So your materials look good. They told a story as well. I like how you gave the different spaces names, right? You named the floor plans. You named the non-residential areas as well. That was good. Your vegetation, you used that very well. It also, you know, told the story. That tropical environment was very beautiful. Solar panels, water collection. I'm glad that you all are focusing on renewable energy and storing water. Clean water, as we know in Africa, is just, it's always an issue. Yeah, it's scarce. So if you are ever able to collect it, and we used to know how to collect water until civilization was brought, and all of a sudden we forgot how to collect water, and everybody now is like dying from, you know, waterborne illnesses because they can't figure out how to collect water anymore. So bringing that feature back into your contemporary buildings is awesome. I like how you also said thinking of community space, sliding walls, hiding your beds so you have more space to use. That was a very good one, because often we need to get more people in a space. So how can you open it up, you know, unclutter or declutter? I liked how you did that. So, and of course your drawings or renderings were great. You really put a lot of good time into your work. So, yeah, well done. Yeah.
Extremely well done.
Mhm.
Yeah. So Molly just took all of it away.
I'll let her go first. She's the star of the show. We see you all the time, Mr. Davis. Sorry.
No, I think so. I want to touch on the dabbing. You know, I really like that you brought in use a cultural element as your concept. There's a real opportunity for everyone, for all of us, right? To tap into those things that we do inherently, because those are their ours. No one else owns that. I will share a quick story, very, very quick. I was I was looking over something from a comment from my advisor, and she was interpreting the way that Black people engaged, and her interpretation was totally off. And what I saw in the when I looked at it and I had to reassess it, it had to do with respect, the idea of saying hello, and the idea of the head nod. You know, up, you know, down, you know, hello. We engaged in that, and so I did a little research, try to see who's talked about it, and there was nothing out there discussing the head nod. But the one thing I did see was that someone had talked about, and this is where it jumps in, they had talked about other cultures and things that were significant to that culture, but did not talk about some things that were really specific to our culture, which said that there's a real lack of understanding about these elements that are unique to our culture. And I think for every ethnicity, there are things that are unique to that culture that if you bring it in, you have an approach to architecture that is unique to you, that will continue to feed you in ways that no one else can feed, because they don't have that culture. They don't approach things from that way. And so to the conversation that Madali made about Roots' project and your project, you touched on, or you brought in the cultural aspects of the African American culture in a way that it looked as strong as Roots' project did. And I like how you brought in that internal component, that private space, the gathering, acknowledging the need to open space up because Africans like to gather and they like to have a good time. They like to party. And when that party go down, we better have the space for that party, right? But African Americans like to do the same thing. So it's like, all right, we like to party. And I like how you engaged it within the discussion around space planning. So there are a lot of real subtle things that you did that were very gestural. Steal your word. They were very gestural, and it makes it a very, very successful project. And I also like how you engaged with the site, as opposed to just sitting, filling the whole site in. You actually worked with the site as you went up and down.
Thank you.
What I really appreciate about this project is I feel like you not only did the research and just were very detailed and high quality about everything that you produced, you also tied in very important elements that were personal. So you're from the Carolinas. To incorporate the Gullah Geechee culture as a representative of the diaspora is a big deal. To incorporate my family names that are passed down through our tribe is a big deal, as names for the different buildings. To tie together the colors from the earth, and of course that communal space portion and the symbolism of the joining together and the coming together of not only cultures, but how we greet and appreciate one another. It's a lot. It's a lot to digest, and it's a lot to infuse successfully in a project and be able to articulate it, not only architecturally, but verbalize it and show that visually. I'm very proud of I'm proud of what all of you have produced. This was exceptional. That's all I'm gonna say, because I'm gonna cry. So great work, Alex.
Thank you.
All right, so who is next? Mr. Jean?
Yes.
Sharing screen?
I think we have two questions, Rutsa and Nino.
Oh,
we have a question?
were y'all raising your hands, or were y'all just
applauding? Okay.
Okay, that was applause. Yay. All right, so Kirby Jean. Please say your name in French for me, because I always pronounce it wrong, and you know that upsets me.
In French, it's Kelby Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Okay, so I'm going to be sharing the screen.
Why am I just learning this out? I mean, I feel like I just
Because he's Haitian. We had a whole conversation.
Come on, man. I mean, that just sounds so much doper, man. I mean, come on. Don't do that no more, man.
No, we will not Americanize our names.
No.
You will not call me Asamoah. We will not call you G. That's it. Jean. Kermit Jean with a head nod to the side.
Okay, so let's share. All right, so my project is about African celebration. Okay, so Ms. Asamoah gave a little background already about the overview of this whole project, which was the year of return. And it's about where the different diasporas all over the country, well, all over the world actually, in the US and in Latin America, in the Caribbean. So all of these people were going back to Ghana. So I was really excited about that, to see how like how people would react and experience when going back to their own roots. Okay, so for my concept, so I chose to do my art piece based on that. So on the top left, you have a picture of a woman holding a basket, and to me that represented people from the Caribbean. I know a lot of people like from in Africa do the same thing, but since I was born in Haiti, I saw it personally. So I saw people, mothers do it every morning, passing down the street. So to me, that was that represented the Caribbean. So at the bottom left, we have the African American family, and so here I wanted to explore like the average of African American family, how they're doing. You know, like after slavery happened, had to be freed and find a job and stuff like that. So I wanted to show successful middle class African American family. In the bottom right, it's about the African diaspora in Latin countries. So this conversation is not really talked about, but I wanted to explore that and show the Latin festivals and how that ties into the African colors and cultures. And I wanted to end the top right with some Ghanaian food. And so that's what I'm showing here. Okay, so concept continued, food and music. To further my concept about the diasporas coming inside Ghana, I wanted to show celebration. So the first thing that I thought about was food and music. And to do more research based on that, I looked at the Homo festival. And the Homo festival is based on, well, it's about, there was a certain period of time where there was a drought. And so the Ghanaian people couldn't eat the food. And so when that drought ended, they created this festival as a food celebration. And so it goes on today also. At the bottom, we have the cowbell instrument. The cowbell instrument is one of the instruments that is used in the Ghanaian festivals for celebration. And so I wanted to bring these two aspects of the Ghanaian culture together through food and music. So going away from the concept a little bit, so we were assigned to do a material study. Well, my group was assigned to do a material study. So I chose to focus on rammed earth. And spoiler alert, that's the material I'm going to be using for my project. So this was the study of rammed earth. I'll be going further about rammed earth as I go on. This is the amenities and demographic part, but I'm going to skip it for time. So starting with the process. So these are some of the sketches that I had done. So I wanted to focus on, like I said before, celebration. So a space or like an area where people can celebrate. So I started with some mass models. And to go back a little bit, actually, the reason why you see these vertical or these rectangular shapes and these skinny shapes, I would say, I can't find another word, but it's because of the wind circulation. And the wind circulation is actually going to be something that is very prominent in my structure and on my site. So you can see from this sketch here, you can see the wind flowing through, and this kind of makes sense here because the ocean is right here, and because our site is on a mountain, so here the topography goes up quite a bit, and so our site is kind of in a mountain, so you can see how the wind moves through the site right here, and so this is why I had those. I started with those shapes generally. So going to the celebration part. So I wanted a space, a node rather, where people would celebrate. And as I laid out my site, the cafe, I placed the cafe here, and Miss Asamoah had came up with the idea of outside kitchen. So you know how, like, in Africa, well, like in any community, like any comfortable community, you have people, visiting each other, saying hello, saying this, saying that. And so I wanted to bring that effect with the outside kitchen here. And so person from one unit can cook something, and then another person from another unit can come and also enjoy the food together. And so as I placed these two eating spaces, I found that this space right here would be the central node of celebration. And so you have the community space here, you have the cafe here, you have the outside kitchen here. And so this whole area right here would be a node for celebration. And one other thing I would like to point out is you can see, like, regarding the shapes of my buildings, I chose to use these shapes because of the cowbell instrument. So using the cowbell instrument, you can see how it affected the shapes of my site and of my buildings. So process continued. In continuation with the wind pattern, I wanted to try something new. I wanted to show how the wind affects my individual structures. So I knew I wanted to, like, have a lot of windows and maybe louvers, as seen in this sketch right here. And so I use this form and shape as the wind flowed through, the building, kind of like aerodynamics. This sketch right here is me playing around with the roof based on water circulation. You can see how the rain would fall and then water goes to the different areas of the site. I'll explain that a little bit more in the sustainability diagram. So some of my precedent studies. My main precedent study was by a man named Francis Correa. I got introduced to him by Miss Asamoah's class last semester, and I fell in love with his work. The reason why I fell in love with his work was because he was born in Burkina Faso. He went to school, I think, in Germany. And he graduated and he went back to Burkina Faso and built schools and built other structures. And looking at his structures, he really focused on the essence of the culture. And that's what I wanted to focus on. That's what I wanted to bring out. So you can see the structure, how the ground, how it mixes with the building. And so I really love that. And he was big on sustainability. And you can see how the hot air rises throughout the building and goes back up throughout these vents. So that's what I wanted to do. Yeah. Okay, so now going to elevations. These are my elevations. And so you can see the material around earth. And you can see the shifting of the units. And you can see the slanted roof from Francis Correa with the trusses and so on and so forth. This is my other sets of, these are my other sets of elevations. Going to the site plan and focusing more on the nodes of celebration. You enter here. This is kind of like a drop-off area. And you have some parking spaces right here. And so this is the 1 unit, 2 bedroom unit, the 3 bedroom unit. The central circulation for those 2 units are here. Here we have the office spaces, we have the cafe area right here, and this is the pool. These are the floor plans of the units. This is the ADA unit. And these are, like I said before, the 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedroom. This is the second floor of these units. So this is the second floor of the 3-bedroom, and this is the second floor of the office spaces and the cafe space. Now, going on to the section, I wanted to explore the greenery and the vegetation, like to bring the project alive. And I also wanted to bring out the structure. I was really focused on the structure for this project, and I'm going to go into that further. And so in this unit section here, you can see the metal decking and the trusses and stuff like that. So I'm going to be talking about sustainability and Ram Earth for a little bit. So you can, so also going with the sketch that you saw earlier, you can see how the roof, you can see the roof slope, how that played with the water circulation. I have three different cisterns down there, and that's where the water will be going. Also with this sustainability diagram here, you can see how the louvers play with air and the wind pattern, and you can see how the wind goes inside the building. So relating to sustainability, I decided to use Ram Earth, and Ram Earth is a structure that have been used for thousands of years. Even the Great Wall of China is a system of Ram Earth. And so Ram Earth is made of gravel, sand, silt, and clay. So it's material from the ground. And nowadays people mix it with Portland cement for more weather resistance and for more for better structure. And so I wanted to use that material not only because it can be found anywhere in the world, because it's the material is so easy to find, and it's easy to build. Just mix the different gravel, sand, mix them up together and compress it and ram it. So moving along with the structure, the reason why I wanted to focus on structure a lot on this project was because Ram Earth is a very heavy material. And you don't see Ram Earth in shifted buildings, right? So I wanted to use Ram Earth, but it was kind of like I was the wrong person to use Ram Earth because of the structure that I had. So I wanted to explore that and see how I can combat that and come up with a solution. So after speaking to Ms. Asamoah, she gave me the idea of prefab Ram Earth. At the time, I had mostly saw prefab Ram Earth in interior spaces, like standalone background walls, but it wouldn't be the structure. So to mix prefab Ram Earth with a separate structure, I decided to use steel structure. So as you can see here, the steel, well, here actually. So you can see the steel structure here, and you can see the Ram Earth attached to it. This is the gypboard insulation. This is what is it again? Let's see.
Resistant sheeting.
Yeah, the resistant sheeting. So you can see how the different layers work together with the structure. And this is the metal decking, the C channels, and stuff like that. And also going along with the structure of the building, I wanted to create a diagram and show how the steel would connect with each other. You can see here, this would be the spacing for the louvers. These two spaces right here. This is the entrance. This is the steel diagram for the 1-bedroom unit. So I wanted to explore how these steel connections connect, basically. Yeah. So for renderings, this is my entrance rendering. This is my 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom unit. This is looking from the second floor of the cafe space. And as you can see here, this is the central circulation. This is the bamboo piece. And you can see the inspiration of Francis Curry and this bamboo piece right here. And this piece was the central, well, not the central node, but a central focus piece for my site. This is the 3-bedroom unit, first floor. And this is a view from the pool area right here. I also have a rendering animation. Let's see, give me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay.
This would have been the perfect place to insert music, Kirby.
So funny story, right? Funny story. I was literally going to put music, like the African song. If I were to say I love you, like, but then like I tried to edit it. I tried to edit it, but like it literally crashed my computer. Like when I tried to put the music inside. So yeah.
That's where you put your cell phone next to the computer, because we wouldn't have known. You just push play on your cell phone, just for future extraness, because you know I'm all about it. Excellent work, Kirby.
So let me just like review everything. So here I wanted to, like, for the entrance of the space, like I wanted to bring African celebration. So I wanted to use some paintings as an introduction to the area. So you can see as the people walk here, you can see the painting, like the painting kind of greets them a little bit. And so it's like, it's reminding them of the culture.
It reminds me very much of a Basquiat piece.
Basquiat.
Basquiat. I feel like I'm saying his name wrong, but
Yes. So this is the lobby area, 1-bedroom unit right here. And this is the bamboo piece, and I want it to be very prominent in the site. So this is the cafe space right here. And this is the 2-bedroom unit right here. There's also some seating areas here. And going to this space right here, I was really excited about this space because I wanted to show that connection, that celebration that my whole concept was about. And so I was really trying to find a way to replicate a flea market. And like I was looking at a bunch of pictures of flea markets in Ghana, and even in Haiti, just all over Africa, for example. And I just like wanted to bring that same feeling and that same essence of culture. And so this was my, like, it's not as crowded as a flea market, but this was my best way of representing it. And this is also here, the outside kitchen space right here. You can see some people, maybe they're from the 3-bedroom unit and they're cooking for some people in the other units, for example. And I wanted to also bring culture with the paintings you can see in the back here, and just to appreciate the place and to really make sure that this place is about culture, celebration, and that's it.
Thank you, Kirby. I'm going to withhold my comments till last. So, Mr.
Can I go
Daniels.
first?
Yes, of course. Natalie, go.
Kirby, that was great. It just keeps getting better and better. You know what I wish these kinds of jury presentations could be in front of realtors. Last week I was interviewed by an African-American real estate radio host, and he was trying to ask me how would I sell this concept to developers? I mean, what's the selling point? I mean, really, he's really wanted to understand the value. Why is it important to have an African-American aesthetic in architecture? I mean, how can realtors relate? If realtors could see these kinds of presentations, they'd understand.
Right.
This is just beautiful. It presents who we are. It says everything about us. You said the word culture so many times. Everybody has a culture. Everybody does food. But the way you do food, right, is what's beautiful about you. That's what you showcase to the world. How do you do something? And you've done this very well. You've brought it all together. This is such a Pan-African experience. Africans, African-Americans, Afro-Latina, who else did you say? You brought everybody into this. I was looking for the color, I was looking for the pattern, and then I saw it. I saw it in the artwork, I saw it in the murals. You called out, you drew inspiration from a leading Africanist architect, Carey. I mean, to stand on the shoulders of those who are leading this conversation, those who've gone before you, fantastic. You knew who to research and pull from. Your materials on point, finally, we hear Rammed Earth. It's just the best material for building on the continent. Say that again?
That's the Daniels tribe. Don't mind them.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was my daughter excited with what she's looking at.
Okay. Oh my God, what sustainability? You said Rammed Earth, the prefabbed panels of the steel structure, that was next level. And it was very warm African. The murals, okay, Rammed Earth, let's see, Francis Carey, response to the roof lines. Responding to wind and rain. Again, drawing inspiration from, an elder, Carey.
Mm-hmm.
You just put it all together. I mean, I don't have any problems with this. I wish realtors could see these presentations, and then you took it to the next level and you did your animation. I mean,
we'll share the YouTube link with you.
Thank you. Yeah. Get these students some jobs now, or get them lined up to start working with developers immediately. Fantastic.
Very good.
Yeah. Okay. I'm done. Good job, Jean.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So Jean, that's it, right? Jean?
Yes, Jean.
All right. I love the sensitivity that you gave to the project. You made a comment about your material selection, choosing Rammed Earth because it's everywhere. Man, you don't get any simpler than that, and so true, right? One of the big challenges about trying to design something in different areas is, concrete is not everywhere, or it's costly to bring it everywhere. Globalization has made things seem like you could grab it, but the truth is there are unique materials for every location. But Rammed Earth as a construction methodology makes it possible that you can take your design and you can do it anywhere that you want to explore it. So I really, really like that. I also like the sensitivity that you gave to the wind, the rain, and incorporating it into the actual design aesthetic, as opposed to just having like a roof. Like you gave real thought to how your roof would form so that the rain would fall and would be channeled into a cistern. I thought that was good. The one thing that I thought was really, really dynamic, I know this because of our previous conversation or your last presentation about Rammed Earth. I like that you explored how do you go multiple levels with Rammed Earth. Because our last conversation with this was, I think the size of your walls was questionable. And can you go, I think at the time you were going 3 levels of Rammed Earth. And everything about that was like, I'm not convinced. So to me, the way that you've attacked this is a testament to, and I hope everyone was really paying attention. When we posed, so the goal of architecture is to push the boundaries of what's possible, to prove that the impossible is actually possible. And if and when a professor or someone on the outside says that what you're doing is impossible or can't be done or has a very difficult time wrapping their head around what you're proposing, it's your job to go back and find the solution to make it more palatable. And we do that sometimes through building an actual mock-up, doing the research and producing the drawings, doing everything to tell somebody this architecture is possible. This is what I want, and I'm gonna show you how to get it done. And that's what I see with the way that you attack Rammed Earth. Figured out how do you go about doing it, and you've produced a product, a solution that seems plausible. So yeah, I'm very pleased to see that level of investigation into the material. Let's get it done. Good job.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna say this really quickly. You made me cry. Like the tears were there. They're falling. Like legit, I've watched you go through this project from start to finish and really taking into consideration, you took into everything into consideration, and everything that I said and challenged you about, you met the challenge. Whether it was making sure that your concept was consistent in form and space and void, showing the cultural aspects and interpreting that in your site, like using that material and saying, I'm not going to give up on this. I'm going to find a way to make sure that this works, and investigating it and see how it could actually be applied. This is what I mean when I say, okay, you're going to get a certain set of tools from me as a professor. However, you need to go and research and expound to further develop it for your use, because I'm just going to give you the tools, but you got to plant them seeds and let it grow so that you can expand whatever horizons. Like when I tell you this is worthy of, let me email Francis Kede real quick and show him what I've done and what he inspired and get some more feedback on this project. I actually mean for you to do that, because all of you had the ability to stand with giants. This is just another representation of how far you can go when you put the work and the effort and the time in. So Kirby, thank you. That's
Thank
it.
Can I say something?
Of course, Derek.
I just want to say, my man Kirby made somebody cry with his architecture. So
emotional professor on campus.
That deserves a round of applause, Kirby.
I agree. Good job, Kirby.
I'm
if you can get
proud
somebody,
of all of
if you can make somebody, if you can make somebody emotional before they even got into your building, then you've done pretty good, man. Good job.
Because the reality of it is, this is a very personal project for me. So to see some realization to what was a dream of my father's. This wasn't even something that I planned to take on. It was just his untimely death that allowed me this space and allowed me the opportunity to come to you and present it as an opportunity. So to see some realization to a dream of my ancestor is like a big deal. So I tell y'all all the time, I appreciate you and I'm so proud of the work that you've done. All right, I'm done.
I want to add, I want to put one more underline on this. As architects, for all of y'all, you got a grand opportunity because your client happens to be your professor. And so often you are challenged with digesting what the client is asking for without any understanding whether or not I'm going to connect with my client. It's always a hope that I'm going to hit those right buttons that my client says, yes, I want that. You hit it on the nail. So the fact that your client is getting emotional about it, it says that you're on the right track to this thing called architecture. You're figuring out how to listen to your client, bring your client's needs to the forefront, and produce a solution that your client says, that is it. That is what it is. That's that you've captured what, maybe up to this point, no one else has captured, right? So take a moment to really, really digest this, because there are so many architects who do not, I repeat, they do not connect with their client. They do not connect with the community. And we see horrible architecture as a result of it. And that horrible architecture creates horrible communities and horrible places. And so the fact that collectively y'all have found ways to connect with your client and provide a solution that's a response to what she's looking for, that means that you're on the right track. So good job.
What he said. All right, Mr. Rosa. Luis, I love to roll my R's. Please grace us. Please grace us with your genius awaiting. Are you going to share screen? Because I don't think
Yes.
I was able to download your presentation.
Yes, I'm going to share screen.
Thank you. And then following Luis, we got Kayla and then Josh.
All right, so you can see, correct?
Yes.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Luis Rosa. I'm a third-year architecture student, and today I'll be presenting my project, Fractal Villas. So to start off, we were asked to do an art project at the beginning of the semester that had to do with the diaspora of Africa, and mine basically represents the migration of those in Africa to the different continents. So in the back, all those different colors are abstractions. Those shapes are abstractions of the different continents. Like the red one is North America, and the yellow one is South America, and it goes on that. Green is Africa. The lines represent where the people had migrated to, and I couldn't get a picture of my actual art piece, but
You should have told me. I would have went to the studio and got it.
I know I got one too, but it's that it doesn't look good.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna just explain it from this PDF file. And so basically what I had is just shapes that will connect to the continents and show the amount of population that went to that continent. For example, South America was the highest and North America was the second highest. This is my demographics. I'm just gonna read my marketing statement, which is relaxed townhomes inviting the global African families to visit their African roots in Weija and Ghana with many amenities to choose from. So that's the marketing statement that I'll be using for my project. I'm not gonna go into the climate and stuff like that because we already went over that. This is my concept statement. Africans have used a variety of design techniques, but one that is obvious from a plan view has been fractal scaling. Fractal villas translates this technique into its design by scaling various elements on site, for example, the path pavers and the bond symbol on the shading device. These are my two precedent studies. On the left, we have the Lidera market, which is in Ethiopia. And this one has to do, the concept was fractal scaling, and the architect was inspired by the different art and the local community and clothing that they would use here in Ethiopia. And basically, most of it was fractal scaling, and that's where he got inspired, and he made this this building. As you can see, the dots and how it all connects. It has to do with the type of shapes they use and how they will use it in the local people here in this country. On the right, we have the Saba Apartments, which is in Iraq. And this one, it didn't have to do with fractal scaling, but it was very similar to my project. And as to how the cubes are shaped for the windows. And then on the front, it had the shading device, which were this folding or rotating wood panels that they were locked in place for you to basically make your own, either close it or open to give it private or public to open up to the public, or keep it private, or you could just open and close it however you want and keep it in different shapes. As you can see in the image, they have multiple forms of doing it. And this is my concept development, which on the left, that shows how I wanted my building to basically be shaped, and showing how I'm gonna go with the fractal scaling. So this is like the first few sketches that I did, and how I wanted the fractal scaling to be on my building. And can you see my mouse?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, right here you can see how it separates into different cubes. So for example, the bigger rectangle going into the smaller one, into a smaller one, and going all the way down to the actual shape of the window, where the window is going to be placed. And on the right, this is when I was playing around with how I'm going to place the buildings on site. And basically this goes back to the diaspora art that I showed earlier, where the highest population of people that came from Africa are located in the continents of South America and Central America. And one of the things that those continents share with Africa are the pyramids. So I place my buildings like a pyramid upside down, and at the peak being enclosed by some type of form, which later on goes into the stairs that I have, you'll see later. But basically, yeah, this is just mimicking the pyramids that are shared between the two different continents. And this right here in the middle would be the enclosed space, which goes back to the symbol of a bond of safety and security, which brings love. And yeah, this is my first iteration. So then these are the progress models that I had done on how I'm gonna place them on site again, and seeing how it will work. The one towards the right corner was seeing how this model would work on site, because our site is sloping down towards the southwest of the site. And I had to see how it will work with the elevations, and if this will be ADA accessible, and how can I make it ADA accessible. So going more towards the project, this is my mood board. And basically what I was trying to, the mood that I was trying to bring in was a tropical, relaxing, and engaging community. From the first image, you can see how it looks very tropical. The two buildings are facing each other, so they're kind of engaging together and trying to bring the people into, let's say, the center. This image as well shows how two different families are connecting, and they look like they're very close or friendly. Right here is the fractal scaling and the Avant symbol. And towards the left corner, this is basically just kind of like the color that I wanted to go for, a soft, relaxed color. This is my materials board. I was trying to go for plaster or concrete, just a material that represents similar to mud. How they will do the architecture back then in Africa, which was usually mud, and I wanted to keep it like kind of rugged. And this is the quartz and steel panels that will be used in front of the windows for shading device, and a lot of trees to show how the tropical mood. Now we go to the plans and sections. So this is my site plan, and you basically have two entrances. One of the pathway into the site, and towards the left corner we have the parking spaces. So if you were to come from the parking spaces, the parking lot right here, the first building that comes out of the other ones from the pyramid, is the lobby space. Then if you were to come from the right hand corner, you basically, if you lived here, you go out, you come back from a walk, you could go into your houses or townhomes through the pathway that leads you into the homes. Right here on this side, we have the 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 2.5 bath, and on the right hand side, on the bottom floor, we have the 1-bedroom ADA unit on the first, right here in the first corner, and then we have the 1-bedroom units that are not ADA, well, not specifically for ADA, and above we have the 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom houses, townhomes. And as you can see, what I did here was with the pyramids, and then what encloses it is this stairs. And next we have the pool in the center. And as you can see, the concrete pavers are mimicking the fractal scaling. So as to how this is the pathway that you walk in, where there's no how would I call it? Because they have this open spot in the middle where there will be grass in the middle. So as you can see, they go from bigger to smaller, and in the bigger ones there's going to be trees placed in those spots. From the side plan, we go to see the rooftop lounge and the some of the gathering spaces that I have. Here are my section cut, where I was saying that the 1-bedrooms are on the first floor. Then we have the 3 bedrooms on top, and on the left side we have the 2-bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. Remove this. And right here we have the wall section, and it shows how the bifold panels, the quartz and steel bifold panels, are going to be operated. So there's going to be a sliding window that that you could move to operate the bifold panels, to either open it or close it to get shade to the house, or to get some privacy for the home. Then these are my floor plan in the perspective section. This is the lobby space where you will come in. You have the receptionist at the front, and this will be the leasing office and the laundry space. This is an elevator that leads for the people that are disabled, so they can get to the rooftop lounge. And going up the stairs, we have like a little gathering area or waiting room with some amenities. Now for the 1-bedroom ground floor, this is it's kind of like a not, I wouldn't say tight, but comfortable space for one person or two or a couple. And this is the ADA version of that one. for people with disabilities. This is the second floor, and the second floor. I'm sorry, this is the 2-bedroom, and this is the 2-bedroom second floor, as well as the 3-bedroom and the 3-bedroom second floor. And on the perspective section, what I'm showing is one cut through the 3-bedroom, the 1-bedroom and the 3-bedroom units that are together. And here you can see some of the bifold panels for the shading device and how it's going to be laid out. Now the elevations. For the elevations, I'm basically showing the color that I'm trying to go for, and how the bifold panels are gonna have the Avon symbol perforated into the steel, and they're gonna be scaling up from smaller to bigger going up. I wish I could zoom in here, but oh, there you go. So basically, it shows the Avon symbol perforated, so we'll have holes showing the Avon symbol scaling up. Okay. This is my sustainability diagram, and as I said earlier, the site goes down from the northeast going down towards the southwest. And I used this to put a 20,000 gallon cistern underground on the southwest part of the site, where the water will come and it will go downhill, go towards the cistern, and the grass will be like a porous ground, and it will go into the cistern, and that will give water to the different buildings on site. And as well, I have the concrete pavers that are open with grass lots that would suck in the water as well for storm water. And the roof of the apartments will be green roofs. As well, I have the solar panels that will capture the sun, so they will be facing east, so you can maximize the capturing of the morning sun. And this will give power to some of the appliances on the site. And these are the renderings. This is the entrance to the site, and this is and then like in front of the 2 bedrooms and 2 bath, looking towards the 3 bedrooms and the 1 bedrooms on the ground floor. As you can see here, you have the people gathering in the different spaces, children's running around, and this what seems to be a safe space, and people relaxing in the pool. You can see the palm trees and the tropical feeling of it. This is the rooftop lounge. There's another gathering area, and from this rendering, you can see the solar panels facing the east, and this nice area where people come and hang out, make some barbecue and stuff. And this is an interior view of the 2 bedroom, 2 bath house. This is the bottom floor, and this is the living room and kitchen. And I tried getting the sun, so you can see the shape of the Avon symbol coming in through the house. If they wouldn't have like I would say curtains, so they could either choose that, and the Avon symbol will come in through the house from the morning sun. And yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Awesome.
What Madeline said.
Yeah, yeah.
Dope. Like,
yeah. Well defined, well presented. First thing that comes to my mind is modern Morocco, Mediterranean, clean, but I still feel that I still get the tropical feel. the boards were laid out very well. Out of, I think there was one, he had both renderings on one page. I'd have put them on separately, so that they could, you know, show clearly instead of putting them to come. Yeah, that one right there. I wish
Okay.
you had separated those images because they're both very powerful. And you want to be able to see the pattern clearly. But good research. I loved your introduction slide, the one that had the abstracted continents for where we were dispersed. That was a nice introduction. You know, again, given that Pan-African feel. Let's see. You use concrete, and then you said stucco, the plaster.
Yeah, so it's CMU blocks and then the stucco on top of it.
Okay. So that gives us the feel of clay or adobe or laterite or mud. It gives us the feel. Yeah. But of course, if you're gonna go all the way, then I would have said use either brick or the rammed earth. But
I actually recently found an article about the sustainability of brick in building in Ghana, because it's not a very popular material amongst Ghanaians, but it spoke about the ease in ventilation and the efficiency, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll put that in your online library.
Yeah, on the continent, we're not ready yet. We have to get over the stigma attached to building with natural materials. We are like, if you give me clay or adobe or rammed earth or bamboo, what are you doing? Taking me back into the Stone Ages. You know, that's too primitive. You know, don't. I want my concrete, my steel, and my glass. But then, you know, it's our job to educate them and to explain to them why our ancestors used, you know, the organic materials. They knew what they were doing. You know, but yeah, that's our job. But another great project. Very, very well done.
Excellent work, Luis. First of all, you incorporated so many different themes from different parts of African culture. Luis, you got some applause from Nino, additional applause here. The Iban symbol, one of my favorites, as you know, and what it represents in terms of community and coming together and security and a village. And then also incorporating the shapes of the pyramids. And not too many people really talk about the largest African population off the continent of Africa is in South America. So to tie those two things together, and also your use of your precedents to pull from the continent and architects that are building on the continent, also very important. It's very classy, like it's very well done, and just in general, very, very Luis, what I've come to know about your work. Very clean and modern, and not too loud, but just enough to give that cultural expression and understand that you know where you're building and you understand who your client is and who you're building for. The fact that you represented families and children running through the space, et cetera, that's a big deal, because you're in an age bracket where you're building for an age bracket where people are, you know, possibly getting married at the time or bringing their families over. So what does that look like? It's very communal. So everything was very intentional, very well put together.
Thank you.
I can't cry, I'm dehydrated.
I like how you incorporated the fractal geometry discussion, and in looking at how you used it, given how we explored it in the first year, I would love first year to then see this project to understand how what they did as a first year assignment translates into the design of a building at the third year level. And the fact that you also have a precedent to show what it looks like in the real world. I thought that was really, 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 really well done. I also like how you incorporated elements that, like the Adinkra symbol, but it's not, it's actually part of the design. You know, I keep saying that about a lot of the projects, how you integrated these elements into the design. Because I get so tired of seeing certain things like a building with an Adinkra symbol where they just like stamp it on the outside of the building and call it African. Like, no, it's a building with an Adinkra symbol stamped on it. Like, that's not, I mean, that's a very loose and weak interpretation of how you can create something as being culturally sensitive, Afrocentric.
It's
So-
meaningful in its presentation, like in the community aspect. It's also meaningful in its function and aesthetic, and in the sustainability aspect. Like, you covered all things with that concept and that expression. So
Thank you.
y'all just blow my mind. I cannot cry anymore. I'm completely dehydrated. I had like a banana today, so too much. I'm sorry, Mr. Dales, I cut you off. My bad.
No, y'all good. Good job. Great work. Yeah.
Madam Heard, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
All right.
3 hours later.
Come through, girlfriend. So, first of all, thank you all and our illustrious guests, Madali, for sticking with us this time. We have Kayla, Josh, Nino, Amari, and Derek. So, whew, we're getting through it.
Hey.
I have not stopped for a bathroom break. We're doing good.
This sounds like an actual final jury.
Yes. Yeah, we always go over time, unfortunately, but I think that's just the nature of what you guys have produced. It's very important to get into the detail of it because you've been working all semester on it. So, Kayla.
Alrighty, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kayla Heard, and today I will be presenting the Aya. So we already talked about location stuff. So for my concept, the art piece that I made, I don't have it, but here I made it visually where you can see kind of what it looks like. I had a stick and then I had 3 circular rings that the stick went through, and the 3 rings were intertwined. And on those rings, I had tissue paper. So on the bottom one, I had blue tissue paper, then green on the second, and this gold and white on the third, to kind of look at how sun, land, and water all are interconnected to give us our experience that we have on Earth. And in connection with the diaspora, I was looking at the concept of, even though we as a people are spread out all over the world, we are still connected at the core. So that was kind of my concept for the project. And then when I was making study models, which I also do not have pictures of that, but I made this one study model that had these 3 curved layers that were placed on top of each other. And it kind of reminded me of the Aya symbol. And it is an African symbol that symbolizes endurance and resourcefulness. And there's this quote that I picked up that says that the art of life lies in a constant readjustment to our surroundings. So kind of finding things like through these changes in our life, finding new resources and being able to maybe find new uses for things. So really promoting people moving across the country to this new place. So with my mood board, once again, I was looking at land, water, and the sun, which I don't have a picture of the sun, but some of the words that I wanted to incorporate within my project were soothing, healing, peaceful, calm, warm, and lively. So really just being integrated into nature, because that's something that we can all connect to on a human level, since we all live on this earth together. And then for my materials, I really want to use rammed earth. Once again, going further with the we're all connected to the earth concept. I thought it would be interesting to have buildings made from the earth that you're actually residing within. And then because rammed earth has issues sometimes with water, like standing water, I decided to go with a smooth concrete for a water table and also for my lobby space. So here's just a little context map. We have some houses that are around our site. Most of the houses are on this back end of our site. So here is the site plan, and within my site plan, this orange area, these are where the private residents, their units are. And then, okay, well, is that important? Okay, so let's see. Okay, so the two yellow swatches over on the right, the bigger yellow one is the clubhouse space. And then to the above that, outlined in green, there's like a maintenance shed. So I guess where they would house like the lawnmower or little tools that might be needed to fix up on things on the property. And then above that is a little gym area, especially for the unit, the residents. The little orange square at the top of the site map is the security check-in. So there is a split off, which you can't really see it through here because the trees are kind of covering it. But right here, there's actually like a gate that closes off the residents from this area, which is more of the public area. And so if you are coming to the site and you want to use the multi-purpose room inside the clubhouse, or if you're coming in and you want to go in the office and see about living here, then this space is completely open at all times, while the residents can easily shut off away from, you know, people that they don't know. And then I didn't mention it, but here in the blue, you can see this is the outdoor area, and there's a pool, a hot tub, and an outdoor kitchen.
One thing I want to mention, just for context, so Kayla's site looks a little bigger simply because there's an existing structure on the site that was a house that my father was beginning to build. The students had the option of incorporating it or not incorporating it. Kayla chose to incorporate that as her public space. So, bam.
Thank you. And also, I forgot to mention, but I also took inspiration from the Aya, like one of the, I guess it would be one of the fern leaves on the symbol. And that's kind of where I got the orientation for my building. So you can kind of see that it's here in this pattern, and the site is all connected. Wow, I actually forgot to mention a lot of things, but the site is all connected, which goes along with my concept of interconnectedness. And in between the buildings, which the orange is kind of in the way, but there are plants or rain gardens in between each of the units that kind of help with water on the site. So these are just the elevations minus all of the extra stuff, so you can just kind of see what it looks like. And see that on the roofs, there are rooftop gardens that also help with filtering rainwater and collecting water and runoff. And then these are some of the renderings. So this is the entrance. And as you can see, I also have like plants that kind of grow off of the rooftops of the buildings. You can see the security booth and how this area is open to pretty much everyone who wants to go inside of this main clubhouse. And I put the quote here on the sign to kind of just welcome people to this new part of their life and like get them excited about moving across the country and seeing new things. So here's just kind of a view of what it would look like once you pass the gates into the private residence section. And as you can see, they have their own little gates to their units. So with parking, the parking that I decided to go with is not actually on the site, it's like off the site. So they park on the side of the road, and they have like special pins and stuff to get inside of these gates to get to their units. So there's 3 different gates so that they don't have to walk too far to get to their home. So this is just a view of the front door.
You have ferns everywhere.
Yes, I do, which goes along with the title of the place. And down here is our ADA unit. So they have a special ramp to get up to their door. And this is a view from the backyard. So there's also, there's like a side gate. So there's also parking on the side of the site if there's too much parking in the front. And residents can also use the this gate to get inside and access their homes from their backyards, where they have these little patios in the back, and they can choose to furnish them, you know, how they like. And then here's just a view of the gym is down here, down this way. And then here is the pool area. So they can either access the pool by walking down that path from their back door, or if they just happen to be in the lobby, they can, there's a door right here that they can, well, it's behind this part, but they can come out of this door from the clubhouse to get to the pool area. And here's the outdoor little mini kitchen. So these are the floor plans. The way that the units are structured, they are what I call townhouse duplex styled, kind of. So here I have the 3-bedroom, and one of them is ADA and one of them is not. So let's see. This wall right here from the first floor would touch this wall here. So this is the same wall right here on these two. So they would be put together. And then for the ADA accessible unit, the room, they have a large room on the bottom with easy access if they have a wheelchair. And I decided to go with sliding doors just so that the door won't get in the way when they're trying to maneuver around their room. So 2-bedroom. So with this one, the 2 bedrooms, you would basically just mirror this plan against itself to get that particular unit. And the same thing with the 1-bedroom. So they're the same. And then this is a perspective section of the 1-bedroom unit, which is kind of special because it has this, I guess this is what, a studio kind of? It's not
Like
really
a loft space.
Yeah, a loft space. So I thought it was really cool to incorporate that within this unit. And then on top of that, or with this, I guess the section is just pulled up a little bit so you can see how the bathroom is situated under the stair. It's a half bath. And then here's my wall section. With this, I really just look at how the rammed earth is structured. So within the dirt walls, there are what, it's like I guess it's steel, but they're called steel stirrups, and they kind of help keep the wall together. And to help with the structure of the wall, originally my walls were like a foot wide, so I bumped it up to 1 foot and 6 inches to kind of just help with the structure of the building. And then these are some renderings of the inside. So this again is the 1-bedroom, 1.5 bath unit. And this is the little upstairs area. And over here in this corner is like a little mini closet. And to keep from like the door just being in the way, I just thought it'd be cool to kind of have it as an open space there. And then this is the plan for the lobby. It looks kind of empty, but you can, you know, add more furniture to your liking. And the reason why, especially in this area, why I wanted to be kind of empty is if there was a party, something to be thrown, then they have a lot of space to kind of make the room how they want to be. So here in the front is a little lobby area. This little white rectangle is like where they would get their mail, so in their own little private little mailboxes. This here is a kitchenette for the use of this big open area, which is, I guess it kind of serves like a multi-purpose room. Here's the little office for leasing, and then there's some bathrooms over here. And here's just a little rendering of this inside space looking this way. And then looking at sustainability, I decided to use solar panels on top of the units. And also, I already discussed the rooftop gardens that kind of help assist with water runoff and also help cool the building. Rammed earth, of course, is very sustainable for building. Because rammed earth is more porous than other materials, it allows better for air quality and it helps control the humidity. And in between the homes, I have these rain gardens that also collect water and run off to an underground cistern that is on the left side of the property underground. And that is it.
Kayla, first of all, I'm so proud of you because you went through so many iterations with this design in the beginning, and you really struggled trying to find a form. But I feel like all of that struggle and challenge that you went through early on really, really paid off well. And I've just, Madaligo. I can't say words. I'm done with y'all.
Because y'all's teacher is happy. She's really happy. Don't laugh, Quasi, don't laugh. So, Amma, you have really, really taught your students. You have brilliant, young, up-and-coming architects in your class. Your tears are not just because they've done so well. I'm telling you, it's also because you have done so well. You really got them to understand their design brief. They've translated that in their drawings, in their research. Well done to you, Professor. Well done, Tuskegee. Well done to all of you students. Kayla, your design is innovative and it's practical. I can see this being built like tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah, I can. This, I mean, it works. It's familiar. It's what I see done in Africa, but like done really well.
Really, really well.
Yeah.
Especially with the material. Like,
yes, she nailed it with the materials, her vegetation. One thing I'm yet to see, and I don't know if I missed it, this whole concept of edible gardens. I mean, we really need food. You know, we talk about what we're going through right now, having access to a plant-based diet right there in your compound. So that's one of the things that I think I'd like to see reflected, you know, going forward, is some of the plants that you all are proposing for these spaces should be, you know, oranges and yams and things, you know, the edible garden, right? But with that said, I can see your project being done immediately. I love the private gates, so people have privacy, yet it's still a communal space. The gardens, yeah, those hanging plants coming down from the roof. Very, very utopian. Well done. Your concept, how we spread out, but we're connected at the core. Loved it, loved it, loved it.
And then you use earth, like we're all from the earth, sis.
I'm gonna stop talking now. Go ahead, Quasi, go ahead.
I really like the way that you used rammed earth in your design. Can you go back to just any one of your renderings? I mean, it looks very warm, right? But I'm not uncomfortable. I want to explore this space. I want to go inside it. And I like how you also use bamboo in one of the images.
The bamboo is used for the back gate that's in between, so our property and then the properties behind it, since there isn't a road there.
So, I mean, I'm looking at this furniture, and I mean, it's just an added component. Nothing prevents you from saying, you know what, this furniture, this table is made of bamboo, and these two night tables, nightstands are made of bamboo. And
these are all legit things that could be produced locally.
Yes. This rail is made of bamboo. And you you're proposing something that's all manufactured locally. It is a low tech enterprise, but it's a high design product. And one of the things that Model E has been saying about the realtors, I mean, even the chair, looking at the legs of the chair, that could be bamboo, right? So I'm thinking about what Model E is saying about the realtor and how, and Professor Asamoah is saying, and what we know about the continent and in certain spaces, there's a reluctance to use quote unquote natural materials because they're not Western enough, right? So there's this desire to be Westernized, but the Western world is actually trying to get back to what folks did historically, get back to what we did historically. So I think one of the ways that you start making that case, or we're able to make the case, is that what Professor Asamoah is doing. This is a space for repatriates. They're Western. So if these Westerners are considering this high design and they're using local materials, then that must be the thing to do. And so you're not selling this to Africans to do this because they're like, that's not Western. But if you're selling it to Americans who are coming back over, then it starts to speak differently and you start to see the value, because if a Westerner wants to live in this, there must be something significant to it. Mm-hmm. So I really like that. I guess this is the second or third project we looked at using rammed earth.
Second.
Second. I really like, I love the way that y'all have explored the use of these alternative materials. And they work. Like they're not, you don't wonder if it works. You're not like excited, like, hey, you use rammed earth, but it really sucks and it doesn't work at all. But I'm just so happy that you were sensitive. No, like y'all have, you down to your wall sections, you have documentation that explains what you've done, why you've done it, and it makes sense. The only thing I'm going to challenge Professor Asamoah, you may have gotten it, so if you've done it already, then disregard what I'm about to say. There needs to be a write-up that connects the dots, because I see a lot of great images, a great presentation, but it's very static, and there's no text associated with it. Mm. I would say if you can have each person just provide a good quality narrative of discussing the material selection, discussing how it all came together and how it ties back to the concept. Like basically everything they presented, just give us a written narrative of that. Now, when we present that for accreditation, you ain't got to say nothing, because your work is dope. I mean, I got to say, you know me, I look for things to push you further. And for so many of these, the next step is just to build it. Like, let's get it built, and we can find out what works and what doesn't work. But I'm very intrigued by everything that y'all are proposing. And just in full transparency, I'm sitting here like, man, how can I do some rammed earth right now and some bamboo? Because you're just bringing it back to my memory. Like, yeah, this is a technology that anybody can do, and I'm looking for some very low tech things to play with, just so that we can keep learning and pushing the boundaries. So yeah, I just applaud y'all for really good work.
Well, I just want to say thank you, and that I had a lot of fun doing the project. I know, like in the beginning, I might have I had a reason for selecting rammed earth, but as I continued to do the project, not only that, but also in Professor Swernali's class, like I did a whole presentation on earth-made buildings. So like after I did that, everything just really connected really well for me. And especially like I saw a lot of precedents of a lot of buildings that were made from earth that have been standing for hundreds of years. So it was just really touching to me that I decided to select rammed earth as my material. And I'm happy that I like went through with it fully. So thank you.
Me too. Quick question. How are you hanging that mirror?
You know, they have this thing and it's called, what are they called? The command strips. Okay, you could put a clear coating on the wall and then you can have a command strip that hangs up that mirror. The mirror don't have to be heavy at all. It could be.
This is true. This is also, it can be a very lightweight mirror.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
That was a good one, Quincy. That was a good one.
The only thing I would say, Kayla, as an improvement on such excellence is to have some operable windows. I love that your windows are big and large and open, but if there were portions of that that could actually open up and let the air circulate through the space, that would make it even more awesome.
Mm-hmm. I feel like I did research on that, but really what I was thinking, I was thinking of like really big casement windows, and I looked at the different sizes. So that's kind of what I wanted the windows to be. Now it's not illustrated in the image, but that's where my train of thought was going.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gordon, it is your turn. We got Josh, Nino, Amari, and Derek, and then we're done.
I'll make it quick.
He's very serious about making it quick.
All right, everybody can see.
Yes. I love your hand renderings. I love them. I love them. I love them. Like,
Say that. I'm gonna say that for last. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so how's everybody doing? My name is Joshua Gordon. Third year architecture major. So this is my legacy project, and before I get into it, I wanted to say that before the semester started, I had certain goals that I had set, and with this project, and I'm very happy with what I came up with because I accomplished the goals that I had set. So let's get into the concept. Usually in my design process, I start off with different drawings, different little thumbnail sketches. And the one that says unique views is one of the first ones that I started with. And it gave me this idea of having different angles and different views for different units. Then I started playing with different rotating planes and just having fun with it. Then the kente cloth pattern that I had seen, because I had actually done the project for the house that Kayla used as her one of her spaces. So I had already done some research prior to this project on Ghana. So, and then the piece, the concept art piece, I used a abstracted weaver bird, and the pattern on the back, the kente cloth pattern means to weave together. So that was really interesting. The things that I pulled from it were the pattern, the colors, and the way that the shapes rotate at the head. So let's go to the next slide. Here's a precedent study, which is not really a precedent study because I had already designed my building prior to seeing this. So seeing that, I kind of was like, okay, I must have done something right because this is a structure that's built and my building looks almost exactly like it. So seeing that made me, appreciate what I had did. So what I did take from the Spectrum Apartments in Australia, their facades, they've mirrored this facade that you see. They've mirrored that on the other facades of the building, and that makes the architecture more interesting. So you'll see later in my project where I use that strategy in my building. As far as the program development, I did pretty much the same thing. You have your public spaces on the bottom and your private condos are towards the top. And I did that so that you get the view of the Wayside Reservoir. So with only a 1 or 2 story building, there are other buildings around that are 1 or 2 stories. So I had to go above those buildings in order to maintain those views. Also, here's a planned little drawing showing how I took the 2 outside units and I rotated them by 15 degrees to
allow for different views in different directions. So next slide. All right, so here's some concept models. So for the first one, on the left, you can see at the bottom, I have my public spaces at the bottom in the red. And then the first row going up is the 3-bedroom units. And then on top of that, you have the two-bedroom units, the green, and the yellow is the 1-bedroom units. So in total, I have 11 units. The white is the circulation. So for circulation, I went with 2 vertical shafts to allow for easy access to the different floors. And here are some digital maquette models that I had made just to show some artistic representation of what the building may look like. So in the bottom one, what's interesting to see is I have the walkways straight. So right now they're straight and I'm not thinking how to make those more dynamic. So later on, you'll see where that changes. So here's my mood and materials board. I used 3 words: calm, secluded, and simple. Those words kind of are what I was trying to embody with the building. And you can see there's a girl in the little right-hand corner with the binoculars. That's to represent view, because I wanted to capture the view of the Huaizhou Reservoir as well. The materials I went with, I tried to stick to the plan with simple materials as well. I used stucco, and here I have 2 simple colors. But later on in the process, I went back and added from my concept the colors from the Kente cloth. And to match that, I used a wood with metal, the black metal flashings, not flashings, but the black metal trim for windows and doors and things of that nature. So site plan. So you enter from the left, and basically this is showing the different vegetation and things like that on the site. The light green area here is for the outside community space, and you'll see later there are benches there and things like that nature. On the top, you have solar panels, and you can see the contour lines of the site. Okay, so let's walk through the floor plan. All right, so number 1, we have the entry, and this is the ground floor level, this is the public amenity spaces. So you enter through here at the bottom, and there's a slatted wood that you'll see later on in the renderings to allow for ventilation to go straight through. To the left, you have the community space, which is left open because I wanted to leave the space open. To the right, you have office space, then you have your restrooms, your laundry room. Going counterclockwise, you have the pool, and then you have the mechanical space in the center. And number 7, to the far left, you have the dining area. So level 2, which is a 3-bedroom units. We'll use the middle one for representation purposes. So when you enter, to the immediate right, you have mechanical, which could be used for hot water heater, things of that nature. And you enter into the living space, which is connected to the kitchen space. And then there are you have your 3 bedrooms and your 2 bathrooms with a balcony to the far right corner at the top. Level 3, you have 2 1-bedroom units and 2 2-bedroom units. The 2-bedroom units are pretty much the same as the 3-bedroom units. They just have a slightly bigger patio on the outside, or balcony. The 1-bedroom unit is pretty much the same. You enter into the living space, and to the left is the mechanical closet, which is right next to the restroom. The bathroom, and then the kitchen is right next to the living space. And the same thing for the 4th level. So the site section, what's important to see here is the storm trap located at the bottom right-hand side of the site. That's used to collect rainwater. I'm not a professional by any means. I'm pretty sure this takes a team of plumbers and all types of things, but the general concept is to get the water to flow down the site to the storm trap using the drain pipe, and the surface that the car is on is permeable, so it will be able to go through to the storm trap. And so with that being said, once the water is collected there, it should be able to be repiped up through the building for gray water usage, like showers and flushing the toilets and things of that nature. All right, so the perspective section allows you to see the different levels and how people could be inside of them. The wall section, here I used standard CMU with the stucco finish, and then you have your insulation, your wall furnish, your interior finish, your gypsum board, all of that. And in the wall section, you can see the connection between the joist and the ceiling. And also how the concrete slab sits on top of the joist, and all the way up to the roof where the roof assembly is and the green roof is. Also, you can see that the ground is sloped away from the building. All right, so my sustainability diagrams. So at the top, you have your solar panels and green roof. And I've added little figures to it to show that the roof is very inhabitable. And it could be a area that people go up and just enjoy the view. The natural ventilation. So you have ventilation going through the walkways, which that 15-degree turn allowed for more ventilation to come through. So that was a plus. Also, the door, you can open the doors to allow more ventilation throughout the unit, which is why I combined the kitchen and dining room area, because I wanted most of the people, I wanted that space to be the space where you want to be at. So I made it the biggest space so that when people go in there, it's much cooler than being secluded in your room. Here's the stormwater management, and that's the general idea I had of how that would work. All right, so here are my elevations. So here, I went back to the concept and I used the colors from the Kente cloth and applied them to each unit, and even to the backs of the unit, to where this is the south side is the street view. So when you're riding past and you see the colors, it's a visual attraction. Also, you can see at the bottom, the south view, the slatted wood, which allows for ventilation to come through the public space at the bottom. Here are some renderings. At the top, you have the balcony and part of that outside space. Let's see, at the bottom right, you have the entrance to the public space, or in the vertical shaft. And here are some interior renderings. On the left, you have the 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. And on the bottom right, you have the 1 bedroom. And you can see the walkway right there in the at the top right. Also, what I did add was with the color that's on the balcony, I extended the color into the interior of the space so that it's more, you can interact with that color more. And in the 1 and 2 bedroom, I mean, not 1 and 2 bed, the 2 and 3 bedroom units is inside the bedroom. So yeah, it makes it more interactable. And here's a hand rendering that I did for the my project. So
For the
one of my
transition
projects that I
professor,
handled.
that's what you did it for.
So that's it. That's all I got.
What you have is a lot.
You got a lot there. You got a lot. Can I just say, it feels hip hop to me. Does anybody else get that?
It is very rhythmic and very colorful, but also very Ghanaian because you use the flag colors. Like, I'm here for it.
Very good. Oh, I love this. I love. Can you go back to that screen? The one right, yeah.
I like how you extended the color from the interior of the space out to the balcony, because that really like draws your eye out and outside to the views that you were talking about highlighting. Good job.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Nino.
Nino. And then also, let's first of all make sure your renderings are individual on each page so I can point out stuff easier. But the light wells that you've created in your circulation spaces with that that triangular form is also reminiscent of the Weaver bird that you incorporated in the beginning of your project. Like everything carried. This is something we talked about last semester, was being able to take a concept and generate it all the way through your project. And you did it so well, Josh. I'm so proud of you because I know you struggled with that. And I just see so much growth in all of you, and I'm overwhelmed. I love the open spaces, the natural air ventilation, how you considered the sustainability, the research of a new product for stormwater management. Like I had never heard of that thing that you put in there before. Yes, that whole situation down there. Never heard of it. I mean, I know y'all get on me because I'm kind of like, all right, here's the information, go at it. But you really took the initiative and went and did the research and applied it successfully. So great job.
Yeah.
Thanks, Professor.
Really good. Well done. Yeah. we said so much already. So just let you know, you did translate the Kente. I saw that your sustainability features, noted that. I think you crossed your T's and dotted your I's. This was a very good one as well. I like this one. Yeah, all of your slides told a story. So very, very good. Very well done.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
Can you go to the slide that had the sustainable features? So I like this slide. One of the only things that I'm a little concerned about, and be a little research on it, your solar panels, they're flush on the ground, correct? They're not elevated?
Yeah, so it was kind of difficult for me to do it with the axon, but yeah, they would have been elevated slightly towards the south.
Well, they also want to be elevated off the ground.
Okay.
Because solar panels, they reflect the light. There's a lot of heat around them, and they also reflect the light. That could be for people that are moving by, that could just become a space, like constantly hitting glare at them, could be something that becomes problematic. Additionally, if people are walking by, just as a nuance, as they cast a shadow, that shadow renders that array. It won't produce. I mean, it depends on how you do it, but for two out of three options, that array will not produce any more electricity as long as there's a shadow on it. So just elevating that above, it also creates some shade, in the hot sun that allows people to really want to come back out here and use this. So that would be the only thing that I would tweak. But I love you. I think I really, really, like your graphics are really, really dope. And what I love about it is that you're really merging computer graphics and hand graphics. I mean, this analog versus digital divide, you are really bringing that together extremely well. From the model, we get a physical model and we get a digital model, and both of them speak very well. Like I want to see this model, I'm mad that I can't touch it and move it around and experience it. Like that's important. I had the honor of watching you you tried a lot of new things with this, right? Like the original model, you made a all wood model, mass model. Like you've tried some things and you've explored some things, and from an administrative standpoint, it warms my heart because it says that you, and this is a comment to the rest of your class, y'all are really taking this thing seriously. You are taking ownership of your own learning and you're incorporating things that are being passed to you and you're continuing to explore. And the fact that this is the quality of presentation that we're getting, oh my God, this thing is dope. Like this rendering right here is really dope. The fact that this is the quality of presentation that we're getting in the middle of a pandemic, having to shift everything, and you're proving what's still possible. You and so many others, but there's been no lack in the quality of work that's been produced. And I'm very happy that we're not making any excuses, whether it's viable or not. There's no, oh, please excuse me because I'm in the middle of a pandemic. I can't. Like, no, we got some high quality work out of y'all. And so much of this work, to me, speaks to your own love for the project and the work that you did versus a teacher telling you this is what we're going to do. And then lastly, that notion of breaking the boundary between outside space and inside space.
With color.
Dude, such a simple notion, but such a fly notion. Right before you said that, one critique that I was going to make about your interior space was, how do you make it engaging? How do you make it dynamic? How do you do something other than make it a box? And just saying, the reason I was going to say that is we often don't think about the interior space. So the fact that you said I brought the color that's on the outside, on the inside.
You're thinking like architects and designers, and I'm so proud. I'm
gonna need y'all to start doing worse so I can actually call and like catch y'all.
Yeah, like if this was me in my third year presentation, Mr. Dance would have been threw me under the bus. So
y'all are making my job hard.
Thank you, Josh.
All right.
Nino, it is your turn. Be prepared for more tears.
I'm gonna need somebody to do a really bad project so I can chop you up.
These are not goals.
I think we're violating all customs of architecture school. We're giving out too many compliments.
I know, right?
I'm like, how do I rate A's at this point? Like, man.
Okay. Hope you guys are doing well. My name is Nino Chambers. I'm a third year architecture student at Tuskegee University from Columbia, South Carolina. This is my project called Angle 8 for Professor Asamoah. So the art piece that we did at the beginning, mine was called The Makeup of Diaspora. And I made this textile piece which had different layers of fabric sewn together in an abstraction of the continent of Africa, which symbolizes the dispersion of people from the landmass into different places worldwide, but all centralizing from the western portion of Africa, where Ghana is located. And the different colors and tones represent the different skin tones that represent the diaspora. Not everyone looks the same and has the same experience. So I had goals like Josh as well from the beginning of the project when we first got it. I remember sitting down in the studio when we got the brief of things I wanted to accomplish. So one of those was universal design, which ended up being a challenge in and of itself. And then wanted to be environmentally responsive and also foster community through my project. And so this is my concept statement. So Angle 8 is a small residential community for members of the diaspora to recognize their similarities and live relationally as they transition to permanent life in Ghana. This is just a surrounding area map that shows a walking distance to some of the local restaurants and things around, with our site being here in the center. And I have 2 case studies that kind of helped me in this process. One of them was actually in Seattle, is a house for a mother who's a quadriplegic, and then her daughter also used a wheelchair. So this taught me a lot about universal design, because this house is universal design, and helped me spatially lay out my building and just learn some things that you include in a universal design. So like the sink here and like the appliances being lowered, and also like that floor plan. So I was able to measure how wide spaces needed to be. And there's a really helpful YouTube video that I watched online. So I actually was able to see like people interact with the space, which was helpful. Because universal design for me is something that I didn't know that was such a big deal for me. But my granddad is legally blind, and I also had an uncle that passed away from ALS and was like wheelchair bound for 3 years. So it's something that I'm passionate about. And another case study was this sawtooth house in Japan. I saw this after the sawtooth kind of developed in my process, and I don't know really when it came up, but it was not at the beginning, but there are a lot of different iterations that I don't have pictures of because it's in the studio, but we've come a long way to where we are today. And this one was helping me to understand how the sawtooth worked, and how the structure of it would come together, and also how like the natural light would interact with the space. So light is also something that I really enjoy, and want to have different experiences with that. So my concept board or mood board really had a couple of elements. One was self-reflection. Our experiences are all different, so we have to take time to recognize and accept those. And then I also wanted it to be clean and sustainable, a really friendly environment that was easy and simple, and then also like a sense of freedom, and that it wasn't trying too hard or limiting what you could do in the space. And then my materials board, 3 basic materials really. One of those is terracotta. There's new material that I found out about called Decton, which is a combination of different materials. So quartz, porcelain, and glass that have a couple of different benefits I'll talk about later, and then wood. So moving on to the design. So this is my site plan. As you can see, it's kind of a simple mass that takes up a majority of the site, but there still is some room. I didn't want the building to be overwhelming, and it's only 2 stories. So I think it does a good job of fitting into the context of the surroundings. So we have a pool here, and then the second story that shows the 2 roofs, and there also is in between each unit, there's outdoor spaces that are covered with trellises to protect from the sun, because there is, as we know, really harsh overhead sun in Ghana. And there's also a ramp leading into the building so that it is accessible by everyone. So this is the first floor plan. Here's that ramp again, leads you up here to this main lobby space, which is an indoor-outdoor sort of area that is not enclosed on the front side of the building. And it leads you into the elevator lobby to go up to the 2nd floor. And this door would be guarded by like a keypad or something, so only residents had access to it. And as this space would be a more public, multi-purpose room here, and that is open to this second space, which is an overflow, but these spaces could function together as like a sort of open area if there was ever a party. And they open out to the pool with the sliding glass door here. And then this side of the building is not actually being used. It just from the outside looks like it is, but it's not inhabited. And then on the 2nd floor, I have 4 units, 2 3-bedroom units and 1 1-bedroom unit. And from the outside, they all look the same. But the 1-bedroom unit actually houses the fire stair and elevator lobby. So that's why we have a 1-bedroom unit. So like I said, they're all universal design. So that's why they're a little bigger. And that's one of the reasons why I had to like reduce my amount of people because the space is just a lot different. So like each one has a kitchen and then the bedroom, and all the bathrooms have like zero turn, not zero turn, but zero, what's it called? Entry, I don't know. But you can just roll in with the wheelchair if you have one, without having to do that, enough space to turn around. Yes.
With zero obstruction?
That's a good word, zero obstruction. I forget. So these are my elevations. The south elevation is the elevation that you see from the main road. And then this is the back of the building. And I do have sawtooth roofs on each unit. So these kind of are a main feature in my design, and they allow for one of my sustainable features. So with the natural light coming in from the north side, which would be even diffuse light over all the spaces. And then that developed from a previous iteration where I had touching buildings, and I was trying to find a way to get natural light into the central spaces that didn't have windows. And I like the idea of the sawtooth window, especially with the north light being utilized. So it kind of stayed when I transitioned. So here's my building section. This is taken from in between the northernmost unit longitudinally. And I did have a different in floor plans. I was having a really hard time with the structure of this building because the first and second floors were not the same. So I was having a hard time processing how it was going to actually be made. And I'm still going in between if it will be made with wood or bricks for the structure right now. But even if, whichever way, I think the structure will still be the same. And these are all load-bearing walls here. And where there's not load-bearing walls, there is just 3 columns that would make the space structurally sound to support the beams that create the sawtooth. Next. So sustainability section. So the sawtooth roofs have operable north-facing windows, which are awning, which allow for top lighting, obviously, but also ventilation that will allow the warm air that rises to escape the building. And there's also ceiling fans in the living spaces. There are solar panels that are on the roof as well, which are south facing. The roof slopes 19 degrees, which is a good angle to utilize as much sunlight as we can. And then one of the coolest features, I think, about my exterior materials, which are the clay tiles and ductile paneling, is they act as a rain screen, which creates a capillary break and allows for protection from moisture and rain, and allows for evaporation and drainage, so you're not ruining your structure, and I think that'll be useful in Ghana's climate. And then there's also cross ventilation. The entire first floor is cross ventilated, so both floors are cross ventilated, just isn't shown in this section because of the window. What's next? There is a perspective unit section. It's a little outdated because the structure is different. I discovered I don't have to use trusses to support the roof because of the beam that I discovered I can use, but the floor plan is the same. So we have the kitchen, the stove and the sink are both, a wheelchair user could roll underneath them if they needed to, and just pretty simple. And then here's my wall section. I blew it up a little bit so you can see the detail of the first and bottom half. So the first floor is covered in terracotta tiles, which are like roof tiles, but horizontal or vertically to act as the exterior rain screen on the first floor. And then the second floor, the residential unit is clothed in the deck time paneling, which is a white ceramic material, like I said. And so here's a rendering of the entrance. This is looking on the southwest corner of the site. I'm on the road, looking directly into the entrance of the ramp and that open space I was talking about. And here you can see those 4 outdoor terraces that are covered to protect from the sun with the trellis with louvered, not louvered, but angled trellises so they protect more of the sun angle. And then this is a rendering of the interior. living space. And you can see the sawtooth window here. There's a wheelchair guy. Really clean, modern, simple, bright, and airy. And then this is a rendering of the outdoor space. There's 4 different ones. The one that's closer to the pool, this one is more lively and is created for more interactions between the people to foster community. But the one further away from the pool would be a more solemn place that people could go to self-reflect. It'll be a quieter area away from the noise of the social side of the building. And that's all I have today.
Okay. All right. Can you go back to one of your renderings?
Yes. Which one?
Front. Okay, yeah, that one's good. Okay. All right. So my first thought, sorry, is this is very American. That's what I would feel if I were driving by and I stopped to take a look. I would feel this was an American space that would stand out. I don't know, professors, do you have to say?
I think it's so subtle and contemporary and clean.
Yes.
Because I know where he started in developing the concept and what he pulled from, and I saw the different iterations. I don't see it necessarily as American, but it is very universal design for me. And I think he definitely accomplished his goal, and that anyone from any part of that diaspora can come here and feel comfortable and take time to be at ease and self-reflect. And perhaps your engagement is within the people that are in the community and not so much with the building, because you've created these spaces where people can come together on different levels and interact in different ways.
I think, so it reminds me of what modernism historically was supposed to be.
Yes.
So it's, national style for modernism. The idea that there is no style. This is, so I can see that. I think what sells it is the science behind it. The fact that, it is very subtle. And if you don't, I see this as like a space that would work really, really, really well. You wouldn't know that it would work that well from the outside. You would just see it as, oh, okay, it's a building. It looks pretty modern. I see there's some features about it that are interesting. But when I get inside it, I see how well it works for the environment that I'm in. That it's perfectly designed. Like I walk inside and I get all this light and I don't need to turn on a light switch. I'm outside, yet I'm catching breezes and it's nice and cool, but I'm outside. There are a lot of nuances to how he's going about designing it. I mean, even down to, if you go back to your section cut, your perspective, your section perspective, even down to here where, and I love this about what you've done. I can tell that you did a lot of study.
Yes.
The fact that you realized that initially I was going to go with a truss system, but based on my research, I learned that I could do a beam that could catch that weight. And now I don't need a truss system. And so now you get this very open space. It's very simple in design because it works so well with incorporating the elements in the area to influence its design. I think where it will be challenged, given the level of blatant expressions of culture, I think it would be challenged by those other projects that show culture, like I wear it on my sleeve, right?
Mhm.
I think where yours is going to have a challenge, Nino, go down to your second rendering. All right. What's the name? I know the name, but what's this? Isn't that building in Africa? That's that skyscraper in Ghana, right? Mr. Chambers? That skyscraper, isn't that skyscraper in Ghana?
What skyscraper?
On the wall.
No, he took that.
Oh, that's the picture. I wanted to show art, but I could have chosen a better picture.
So like, that's where you lose it, right?
Yeah.
All the way up into it, I'm sold. And then you show me
maybe they're New Yorkers that moved to Ghana.
Yeah, maybe. However, there's some great architecture in Ghana, right? We saw some great architecture, and I think that's the piece with this, is that part of this is saying there is great architecture that we can learn from, and I believe that you did, but it's in the nuances, right? The nuances have to say that this is for this space that is going in, and it's that small detail that a person starts to scratch their head. Is this a modern building and this is more American architecture that's being imposed upon Ghana, or is this a culturally sensitive piece of architecture? Now, what I will say is also, given the Americanism, the idea of modernism, the idea of Western architecture, I think this is probably very successful. You probably wouldn't have to convince anybody of putting it in there. And you probably would be more successful than, say, some of the other projects that are very culturally sensitive, just because of the fact that it looks like something I would see in the West.
I think in the simplicity of it, it's very vernacular. And in the use of passive cooling strategies and the triangle as a form, because if we go back to his initial art piece.
Oh, I forgot to mention that. That's where the triangle came from.
That's where the triangle, because we started out with these huge, dramatic, dynamic triangular forms that were very sculptural and didn't necessarily function properly. And so Nino's process really went through the making of this very African element, the triangle, something that will function and create a space that was true to his goals. And I think he accomplished that. And I think it's extremely well done.
I want to applaud you on the universal design.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for real. Go to your plan. So the only thing I think that you should do, so this plan, and I think it was also your section perspective. Throw a wheelchair in there. This way it communicates to somebody that you did consider wheelchair accessibility, turning radius. It's like, get that in there.
Okay.
Even though it's not designed for just a wheelchair-bound individual, it's designed for everybody. I applaud you for tackling universal design, because
Especially
is
on a slope site.
Yeah, it's the next level to accessibility. The idea that people can age in place, and you can design a space that works, like spacious, and I like that. I can tell within some of your symbolism that you have considered how people will move in and out of the space, and how certain spaces will function. I think it was the first one, maybe it was the ground level. One of your sections, like the door swings all the way open.
This wall here to open up the pool.
No,
Or
that was
no?
another one. Door, but it's fine. But I can tell, based on your conversation, it works. I think you just want to make sure that you bring in those symbols so that it continues to go. The only other thing, the only critique I'd have is you got to give us the context. So right now your plan is just floating in space. So we can't place ourselves, especially given that the site is sloped. We want to know where those topography lines come in and how you're engaging with that topography to make it possible for us to move in and out of the space.
Okay.
It's dope. There are elements missing in the development to get to this point, and I even like your use of an innovative, both of a very earthy material in the terracotta and a very innovative material in the Decton. Like you definitely accomplished, and I would say surpassed your goals. And then another thing with you included and some other students, the fact that you set goals outside of what was required of you. Like there were things that were required of you. Universal design, like, okay, you had to accommodate an ADA unit. You took it to another level and was like, I'm just going to do this whole thing. Universal design, this is going to be my focus. So the fact that you did that it helped you to grow and to learn at a different level than your peers. So keep tackling projects in that way. It's like, all right, here's the base requirements, but I'm going to push it a step further by tackling this particular thing and attacking these particular details. So great job, Nino.
Okay, so I overlooked that part. Y'all was tackling like y'all had bona fide goals that y'all set before y'all got started. Yo, that's so, man, listen, I love how y'all are raising the bar. Like for real, like this is what this space is supposed to be about, right? Here's what I've been given, but I'm on my own journey. So keep raising that bar, highlight that. Like, I mean, y'all did. I'm just saying in y'all writing, like highlight that and keep that as a part of you. This is a goal because I promise you, you and Josh, I heard both of y'all mention that. Whatever you learned, it's now you. You will never be able to get any of the universal design principles out of your life because that was your goal and you went at it. That is where we want to take everybody. But as students, as long as I see myself as a student who's here to earn an A, and sometimes I may not earn it, but I want you to give it to me anyway, then you don't really capture the essence of what we're seeking to do, which is for you to take ownership of your education. Challenge us to help you get what you want. Challenge us to bring the person to the classroom, like modeling. Challenge us to bring that person in here because I'm looking for a certain perspective. We should be able to bring, you say, hey, this is my goal. So we're looking for the expert on universal design principles. I want somebody, I want another expert in here because I have a design and I want them to chop it up and tell me what I need to do better. And this is above and beyond what the studio is all about. I know this is the person I want. Please, Professor, can you go get that person? Because I need them to look at my work. That is the next level. And that's what scholarship is all about. That's how you create a lifelong learner. So I'm so proud that that is a path that y'all have gone on. And as a result of y'all doing that, I know others will be following suit. So make sure our first and second year learn from that, please.
All right, 2 more. We're almost there. Thank you for hanging in there. I appreciate Appreciate you, Molly, Mr. Daniels.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Ms.
Hey, I'm here
Brown,
for it.
it is your turn. As if you don't have a whole tribe of people in the background.
If you could only see what my youngest just did. Yeah. There's a whole world of things happening behind Dr. Washington right now.
Y'all are strong.
Real.
Okay.
Can you guys see my screen?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
Not yet.
Let me.
Amari Brown.
Okay. You guys see now?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this is my contribution to the Legacy Project, the Fawahodie residents. The Fawahodie residents, I'm sorry. So it's just basically a demographic study. We pretty much went through all of that and climate and as far as that. So I'm just going to go into my concept. So I looked into the Adinkra symbol, which is named Fawahodie, which means freedom, emancipation, and independence. And in turn, I thought of the symbol as a butterfly. And a butterfly is known to be an independent and free species. So I wanted to incorporate that in the concept. And with these precedent studies, this is actually a building in Ghana. It's the Mirage residence. And I liked how they utilize the balconies to kind of circle around the building so you're able to walk freely. And this is my art piece that's in the top left corner. I highlighted the red because of the bloodshed for the freedom that Ghana has gained. And also, I'm sorry, let me go back. And also in this precedent study at the bottom, I liked the usage of materials and that they were used and how comfortable the building looks. So the wood and the stucco, which will go into my materials that I'm utilizing. So the materials that I am utilizing are red stained wood, glass, and stucco. And for the mood, I kind of wanted to go based on this photo and how realistic the wood looks and how comfortable it looks, and just the environment is just safe and basically comfortable. So for the study model, my development, I wanted to have the outer buildings wing out while the inner buildings face the front. The only thing that I pretty much changed about this study model was that I pushed this building back, the center building back, because I wanted to allow for more space on the site. So it kind of, you see how the building kind of interacts with the site. And for my site plan, I plan to have open spaces in the front of the site to allow for freedom of walkways and for a connection of the community. For sustainability, I also incorporated bioswales against the inner buildings, as you can see, and also on the edges of the site. These bioswales direct rainwater to underground pipes that lead to a cistern on the edge of the site. And there are solar panels that are on each unit that are integrated on rooftop pergolas that shade the rooftop terraces and the rooftop caf, as you will see later in my plans. And there's also natural ventilation through the units by incorporating southern and northern windows in the facades, which you will also see in my elevations. So this is the first floor plan, which incorporates the lobby space in the middle, a very open space with the lobby and seating area. You have the lobby entrance right here at the beginning, and then you have bathrooms and mailroom and leasing office, and the two outer buildings are the 3-bedroom space. So there are a lot of space incorporated. I wanted to incorporate a lot of freedom within this floor plan. So it's very open, and there are windows that kind of circle around the building, as well as the balconies they circle around to allow for freedom of walkways. This is the second floor. The middle building incorporates the one bedroom apartments, which are ADA accessible, and the outer two buildings is the second floor to the 3 bedrooms that were below. And this is the third floor that incorporates the 2 bedroom units on the outer for the outer buildings, and the second floor. I'm sorry, 1 bedroom on the top floor for the middle unit. And I forgot to mention in my previous slide, on this level, you have your mechanical space on the left in the middle unit, and then there is a meditation space on the right of that. And this is the site plan, not site plan, I'm sorry, the rooftop plan. There are green spaces on the roof, walkways, and in the middle you have your CAF area, rooftop CAF. These are my sections that cut through each of the units. So you're seeing on the outer 2 buildings, there are the 3 bedrooms that have the 2 floors, and then the 2 bedrooms up top. And then you have your 1 bedrooms on the 2 floors on the top for the middle unit. This is my perspective section that cuts through all of the buildings. I kind of wanted to highlight the red, of course, because that was the main color in my concept. And on the top, as you can see, that there are the roof pergolas that shade the residents as well as on the rooftop CAF. These are my elevations that I developed. So I incorporated windows on each facade, the north and southern facade to be specific to allow for natural ventilation and views, as well as natural lighting. Although the balconies kind of shade the buildings in a way so that these spaces do not overheat. And then this is the east and west facades. The top one would be the west facade, and then the bottom one is the east facade. And here are views of my building. This is an exterior view of the rooftop pergola that I have. Another view for that as well. And this is inside of the 3 bedroom space that I have. And then this is the lobby space. And that is it for my presentation.
Very good. Can you go back to your renderings?
Yes. So let me.
Okay, that's still there. Yeah, that one's good. That one's good. That one's good. Okay. All right, so this is a different feel from Nino's presentation in terms of modern. You know what I was thinking when he was talking, and then definitely now with yours. One of the things that I face when I go home, you know, like I said, I'm a Nigerian American. I've spent half my life here, the other half there. When I'm there, I think of America. When I'm in America, I think of Nigeria. A lot of us that did move back, you know, 10, 15 years ago, we quickly realized that we had been gone so long, right? So I moved back when I was in my 30s. We've been gone from Africa so long that after about 3, 4, 5 months max, you were fiending to get back to America. you're fiending for a hit of what has become normal to you, what you're used to now. Being there on ground in Africa, you wake up, the sun is shining, you go out, the sun is hot, there's noise everywhere, everybody, traffic, the food, the sounds, the smells. Oh my God, it's so African. And you're like, where's America? Somebody get me to a McDonald's or Starbucks. Someone get me to somewhere that's neat and clean, bright and shiny, normal, just basically what you've become used to in America. And you got to get out. 3 months, you're getting a ticket, you got to get out. Otherwise, you start going mad. It's just too much, sensory overload with that space, And so sometimes for those of us who, could afford it, buy that $1,600 ticket and come back to America just for a week, we'd do that, come back and get a hit, just rest, just be in a space that you're used to. Those of us that couldn't would just check into a hotel, because the hotels there were the resorts, the getaways. That's where you go to experience abroad, or Yankee, as they will call America. The glass, the steel, the concrete, and everything Western. So I'm saying all that to say that why I like your design and your presentation, and it gives me a break from the Africa in your face. Let me experience something else. Let me experience another culture. Let me also, again, experience where I'm coming from, the American in me, right? And so this, I feel like I'm looking at somewhere in Florida. It's real modern, it's real clean. I do see the organic shapes. So that's, again, takes me back to Africa, but I like the simplicity. I like the feel. This and the first rendering that you had, I think it's telling the other side of our story. Let's go back. Yeah, that one was good. And then of course, when you put the red back in, that one. I feel like I'm on vacation. I feel like I might even be in Jamaica. Again, I'm gonna say it's celebrating the American in the African American in me. So let me stop there.
I agree with you, Madali, and I think it's important to have that reprieve, because I can honestly say, after going home for the year of return and being there in the midst of the traffic, and it was the holiday, so it's ridiculous, and everybody's everywhere, and the congestion, and the food, and the smells, and the sound, it is sensory overload. And to have a space to go that's calm, like Nino's space was very much about self-reflection, to have a space to go that's calm and outside of that and away, and I can really sit and reset. And part of the brief was that these people are starting their lives here. They're starting a business, and to come into another country and be completely overwhelmed and completely bombarded with all of the culture and all of the people and everything that is very tactile and rhythmic and loud that is done. Like, we are a trip. Y'all think I'm extra, like to go and be in people that touch you and feel you, and you're like, whoa, what is this? Like, this is a good place to come and sit and transition.
Yes.
Well,
what you're used to in the Western world into.
Yes. Yes.
Now I have a question.
Yes.
I as one who spent that much time in any place overseas, but where I've traveled, well, this is my question. Having a space that isn't that part of the challenge, right? As the architect, we've gotten so much of this all over the world, right? Like if I go to Mexico, I got to search out for Mexican culture. If I go to Bahamas, I got to search out Bahamian culture. I have to truly get off the beaten path in order to see the space that's there. And what winds up happening in these areas where they become resort-ish, or no, they become resorts, all the money stops at that point. There's no integration, there's no cross-pollination of culture. It's like, take the American culture, and because we're Americans, you're gonna take it. And so my question is it at this level, as a third-year student, do we want to, I think we want to push Ms. Brown to be more expressive.
Go back to your site plan, Amari, please.
Okay.
And another thing, just for presentation purposes, make sure to include context. Always include context. Because to kind of have these floating plans and buildings in this open space, when you have such a modern design and it's not rooted in the site, then that can be difficult to sell something that could be placed anywhere in the world. And even though you used a precedent that was from Ghana, to add people and the buildings and landscape around it would help to solidify your solution for this site. I like that you try to maintain and form your interpretation of that Ndinka symbol, which was the butterfly, and reflected it in both site and plan and in form of the building. I like the openness and kind of indoor-outdoor living that you're trying to incorporate. The only thing I think was a missed opportunity here was kind of combining those wings to the base and creating a truly integrated space where people could come and join together very easily and experience that part of the culture together. I don't know if that was intentional or unintentional or what, but I would like to have seen the buildings, the wings attached to the body of the butterfly.
I think on hers, you get an exterior expression, and so you get exterior that says, this is the culture. And you get this is Ghana. And then you get an interior that says, this is America. Then I'm sold, right? As the American who's here, my day-to-day experiences in my home needs to reflect something that resonates with me.
It's familiar, it's important.
But I don't look at the outside every day. The outside is not for me, the outside is for the people. The outside is for the environment. The outside is to make sure that they don't get robbed, right?
Word.
If this is the American building, I'm robbing the American building because America got money, and that's the American building. It's a sore thumb. I'm driving down the road, and everybody knows what is the American building. And I think there's so much of that, right? There's so much of that goes on of a lack of respect for the environment that you're in. And the byproduct of that is that you get the relationship between the haves and the have-nots, and the have-nots go after the haves because you clearly got more than I do. I mean, look at me, I'm living like this and you living like that, even if it's a design aesthetic. So I think, and so Ms. Brown, I think as you explore design and creation, you gotta really dig in on that cultural aspect, because most of your stuff, the Indicra symbol, we can, and actually go back to your concept design. It comes through here. It's the same piece. Your expression of the concept is only in really one dimension. I have to see it from above in order to appreciate what you have here.
Mm-hmm.
It becomes an extrusion, which means that the only way that I can ever understand your building, you kept that as you kept going, was this extrusion. And yes, these two buildings, I can see how you've incorporated that in that precedent, but I think what's missing is just that expression of the culture of the people where I am. Okay. Now, if you just scroll through, you get a couple of things that I think, honestly, in your case, some of it, you can keep scrolling through to the other images, is I can see there's a need for some more development.
Mm-hmm.
It pause here. I want to make a few comments about some of the drawings that you have. Go back one. Or go back two, excuse me. So in here, we want to see, you can go forward one.
You said go forward?
Yes. Okay. All right, so here we want to see the context of we want to see the city, because there's no way for us to know where we are in terms of the city. Keep going. All right, here, go back. I mean, the same concept, same concern about both of these. You have doors that are sending us out nowhere. And I'm wondering, is there a passage between these spaces? Or are those windows?
Oh, these are casement windows.
Those okay. Yeah. Okay. I think your shadow doesn't do you justice. So I'm glad that we cleared that up, because I'm looking at you going out. You got a lot of doors going outside, and I don't see where we're going. All right, so those are casement windows. I don't think your shadows do you well on this drawing.
Mm-hmm.
Keep going. Still give us context. Keep going. Yeah. Now this part right here, go back. So this green space, is that green space in the gray area, are they on the same level, or is one below the other?
They're on the same level. They're just walkways, and then the green parts are just vegetation.
Like grass?
Yeah, it's supposed to be like basically like a green roof.
So my question is, why do you stop it? Why don't you take it to the edge?
No real reason.
Because it just feels disconnected. Like I start wondering why the rigidity of the square, yet we have the sensuousness of the circle, of the curvilinear form.
Mm-hmm.
And there doesn't seem to be a reason for them not to integrate. So I would, and this is what I mean by the development. I can see there just is some more levels of development needed, because I think the next step would be, if you're going to have a pathway, well, maybe have a small pathway around, but my green space runs up to that edge. Mm-hmm. in each of these. Same with this area down here. You have this large, hardscape where you could easily have brought down that green space to that edge to get that to read. All right, keep going. I love your section and your section perspective. Mm-hmm. I think those are two of your stronger drawings. Mm-hmm. I'm like this. I'm not feeling your background. Like your background, I want to see it placed in context, mm-hmm. or just give me no background at all. Like you probably could have taken out the section and left the section perspective, and they're gonna tell kind of basically the same thing, but that blast of red says that you're actually thinking about the interior. I'm excited again. I see the concept come through. Again, it's that extrusion. So we get that. I see the pergolas up top, or the trellis structure up top. I'm feeling that roof, and I'm feeling how you're going. I think as a design, you still gotta work on those plans, but your sections, I think you're doing it in your sections. Your sections read really well. Keep going. Elevations, we got to get our ground plane. Right? We're not dealing with a flat site. So now I'm really wondering, how are you engaging the site? Because are you filling that whole site, which is going to cause some other challenges? You got to bring in all this dirt, or should these be at different levels because your site is sloping? And so these are the questions that you got to answer, and that's what you start answering when you show us the contour of the site. Okay. Next one, same here. So, and then the same. I mean, I don't think this image does you justice. I think that other one, go back one. I think this begins it shows how the whole thing comes together. So this one, I see how it comes together. I got to see the context, and you want to develop this. So I think going back, there are a fewer images that you have some winning shots. Like I said, those into that section perspective, that section. I think those are some winners. Your plans, you got to develop those much further than where they are, and in your renderings, you got to develop those a little bit further. Put us there. Let me know that you are actually in Ghana on this heavily sloped site. Give us those views. You got this great view of the water, or at least we should. Tell us that.
On a 4-story.
Yeah, let us see. Let us understand why you put us on the roof. I put you on the roof because this is a great view all the way out to the water. We got to see it. Okay, so like I said, I think on yours, you just need more development. The idea is there, the concept is there. I see how you translated it going up, and you just need more time to develop it more thoroughly.
Okay.
Can you go to the next picture? Yeah, that's looks like Paul Rudolph, the Walker Guest House. I don't know if any of you are familiar. It looks very similar.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it looks very similar. Yeah, that's all I had to say.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon, for precedent.
One last thing, Ms. Brown. I love what you did with your A's. That the choosing a font like that removes like, I see there's this design, this thinking, right? Carrying that through into your presentation. This image right here, you got way too much white space around it. This type of image, blow that image up, make it full screen, and now you brought us into the site. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So as you continue to go forward, working on putting your presentations together, every single slide needs to give us something different. This one should show us the water, or should bring me into this space. It tells me something different than any other slide can, because I'm on the roof. Okay.
One question, Amari, did you decide what you wanted your railings to be made out of?
They're just aluminum, and then the top part is wood.
One opportunity that you could incorporate here is taking that Adinkra symbol and now making that a part of your railing. And then you've carried that concept through to your elevation. So now you're pulling all of these different elements in. So like Mr. Daniels said, I think it just, this is weird that y'all can't see me. Needs some further development. Okay?
Okay.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Stroud.
Yo,
Last, final.
I hate that I'm last because uh
The expectations are high.
yeah, exactly. All right, so before you guys go off on me, my actual presentation, it corrupted like this morning. That it was crazy. I was so mad. It corrupted this morning. Like Mr. Dan said, if it can't happen, it will happen. I was trying to actually put my files onto my flash drive, so this very reason does not happen. But while I was doing it, my flash drive came out because I bumped into my computer. My flash drive came out and it corrupted my flash drive, corrupted my whole file. So by the time everybody was doing their presentations, I made a little small presentation of what I have left. So
You've been working your butt off, Derek. No.
I know.
Hey.
I folded like that too. That's crazy.
But I want to say, before you even go, I don't know what it's going to look like, but I love that. No excuses. Like, this is what it is. I realized what I was dealing with. Murphy knocked on my door and proved the existence. But I still came through with something, and I'm about to do what I do.
I had to. There's no other way.
He's been working so hard. Like,
by any means necessary.
Hey,
I got a little bit. I got enough to convey what my what I wanted, but just graphically, it doesn't speak to what I'm capable of doing.
All right. Well, that means you're just gonna give us an addendum afterwards.
What'd you say?
That just means you're gonna give us an addendum afterwards, showing what your project really is.
Okay, I bet.
Well, let me
so this is my project. I started off with the table of contents. I was gonna do the cover page, but I didn't have enough time. So I started off with the table of contents. This is a nice picture of the courtyard that I have. My building, the space is actually called Busua. The Busua housing. Well, the word Busua is another word for family, and that's what I wanted to bring towards my design. Bring people who come from all different places together, and they can learn how to live in Ghana together as that, if that makes sense. Let's go to site details. Why does the site section look? What is this? Okay. So as you can see, I split my buildings up into 3 different buildings. One being the lobby, the singles building, and the triple and doubles building. The names of these buildings correspond with the number of bedrooms that are in said buildings. So cost of development, I wanted to like I said, I wanted to revolve my building design around family, because Miss Asanwa told me, or somebody from Ghana told me, that family is like number 1 for Ghanaian people. That, and then right after that is food. So I wanted to bring those 2 together by making this courtyard very open, and all of the entryways face the courtyard, if that makes sense. So if you leave, if people leave at the same time, you're gonna see your neighbors type. Okay, so up here is the restaurant on top of the lobby. I started off with the restaurant. Oh snap. All right, we're gonna go to the sustainable diagram first. Okay, so there are solar panels on top of each building. I wanted to keep the solar panels flush with the roofs, because in Africa the sun is very high. So I didn't want to put the solar panels at an angle, and then at a certain time the sun doesn't hit that angle, so the solar panels don't get that much energy as it could get if it were flat on top of the roof. I also use BIPV panels which can be found in the colors of all the glass in this on this site. BIPV panels are like miniature solar panels on glass that they are see-through, and they just give the glass color. So instead of just having colored glass, I might as well I thought that I might as well have a use for it somewhere. All right, so
BIPV, that's building integrated photovoltaics.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That's what it stands for.
Okay. So on this panel right here is this very big, obvious thing right here is called a solar panel. I mean, a carbon fiber solar wing. It allows. All right. So when the sun, or when the time is at a certain, when the temperature is at a certain heat temp, like if it were 95 degrees outside and this building were to get too hot, because it is a restaurant, it's not a restaurant, but it's like an eatery cafe type, so to speak, so it's going to be hot. These windows will open up automatically, and in this other one, it's more windows on the other side of this right here, and it'll open up and let the air through, ventilating this building so it doesn't get too hot while people are eating. It's
So
an
the carbon fiber solar wing acts like a sensor?
No, there is a sensor somewhere. There will be a sensor somewhere in the building, but these are like the wings are windows that just open up by
Oh,
themselves.
okay.
And an example of this is in Dubai. Apple had developed an Apple store with these in mind, and I thought it was pretty cool, so I used that. The lobby space is where people enter from. So so this would be north. So north would be up. This would be the lobby space, and you would enter from here. If you don't have a residence card to enter through the gate or through any other residential doors. So the lobby is the entrance of this space. I put the lobby in the middle, obviously, because it branches out to everywhere. So if you could get on the second floor, for ADA reasons, there are 2 elevators in this space, one in the lobby and one in the singles. Because the lobby connects to the lobby space connects to the doubles and the triple apartments, but it doesn't connect to the singles apartment. That's why it's only 2. The singles bedroom is the singles is a 1-bedroom apartment complex. Where's my other slide? Oh my God. Okay, so this is the front facade of this building, and this is the back facade facing the courtyard. I had another picture of this with this whole parking lot area up here. I had a picture of that, but that's gone. So where I don't have this other slide, so I just don't. There are 8 single apartments that at the maximum can fit 3 people in each apartment comfortably. Here are other pictures of the bedroom. The apartments. This is the living area. This is the bedroom area. The doubles are 2 apartments. There are 2 double apartments. So this is the top one. This is the top one. There's one under the exact same layout. And as you can see through this window, is the lobby. I mean, not the lobby. Is the restaurant / lobby area. Okay. What? Where is my other? I'm finna get mad. I don't know where the triple slides went. I'm really frustrated right now. Apparently, I'm done. I guess.
First of all, I know how hard you've been working on this project, so technical difficulties happen. Don't get frustrated. It shows in the level of renderings that you were able to retrieve after the crash. So it's not like we don't see the fruits of your labor. I like the openness of the site and the incorporation of different technologies that utilize or take advantage of the climate. I like the integration of the natural environment and also the community feel of the courtyard. Can you go down, scroll down, Derek, to, I think you were looking, we were in the apartment and you were looking out onto the deck of a space.
Come on, this one?
No, go down to the doubles.
Oh, this one. Yeah.
Yes. Looking out onto the decks of the spaces that you've created, like these communal spaces where people can gather and interact with one another. I enjoy that. I enjoy the subtle use of color and pattern in your lobby and on the railings, and that you also made those very functional in terms of, renewable energy. So you have a lot of good things going here. I think once you're able to retrieve the rest of your information and pull everything together, you'll have a very strong presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey,
Thank
baby
you.
Daniels.
So yeah, my daughter had a question, I guess.
Yo, what's poppin'?
She was raising her hand, loving the fact that there's a baby on the screen that she hasn't quite recognized her.
Yeah. Everybody's welcome in my site.
So I want to applaud you on putting together the presentation, knowing what it's like to have everything crash at the last minute. And I'll give you just a tip on some things that you can do to salvage what you have. What I find, and so scroll down to this singles 1-bedroom apartment rendering. So you have some very strong renderings.
Mm-hmm.
These need to be huge.
Okay.
They need to take up the whole screen.
Okay.
That gives you a page. Actually, with these, you have 2 pages.
Yeah, because I was less concerned about the actual apartment layout, sad to say, and more concerned with how they experience the space, and the renderings themselves allowed me to experience the space. So to blow those up and allow people to look at it and see the details, and I just kind of want you to take this one with the girl in the Chinese symbol and blow that up so I can see what's happening in the courtyard with all the colors and the plants and everything. Like I'm looking at it from a distance and I'm squinting trying to get more. So whenever you have such strong renderings and you put all this time into it, make sure that takes up, yes, all of that.
Yes. And that's how you say, you know what? Because the truth is, if you had to put this together in an hour, you would have put it together in an hour. You got hung up on, I lost my stuff, and you got hung up on thinking of what you wanted to show, as opposed to acknowledging what you had to show. So one easy way is you make a picture full screen. It will speak for itself, especially when you've already done the work.
Mm-hmm.
Go down.
Yes, sir.
Oh, scroll down.
Oh, scroll down. I ain't hear what you said. You was
Okay.
breaking up.
Okay. All right. So this image right here, your glass, is this privacy glass? Is it one-way
I
glass?
figured I didn't know how to put curtains on Lumion. So I figured I would Photoshop it, but I didn't have time. I figured I was just gonna Photoshop some curtains or a little bit of curtains so where you can see the outside, and then you will understand where this bedroom lays within the site. But I didn't have enough time to put the curtains there.
So you have privacy glass that when they enter the room, it the glass goes frosted, right?
I mean, you could, like, it's very possible for me to do that.
So, I mean, I'm saying this because you have a very high-tech approach to your design.
All the time, yes.
You need to stay high-tech.
Okay.
Don't give me something, some blinds or some, like you hit a switch and these glass become privacy glass. It becomes frosted. People can't see inside it, but you can see outside it. It exists. Might as well go ahead and put it in there.
Not only that, like what if you want to let light in, but you don't want people looking at you in your room? So like just curtains isn't really enough for that.
Okay.
You go with translucent. I mean, there's so many things you can do with technology. You want, since that's, I mean, you brought in building integrated PV. You brought in the solar, the carbon solar that opens up when it gets too hot. I mean, you're taking it to that level.
I might as
take
well.
it all the way there, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything less is
less than Derek. Derek's hard body, so.
Thank you.
Now, your site, for your site plan, I mean, I'm looking at, I mean, not site plan, that floor plan. That image that we were looking at, how do they connect?
This right here, this corner right here is this corner.
Okay, so what you want to do, and this is a comment actually for a lot of people. I saw this happening. Y'all have a lot of spaces. You want to give us a key to show us where we are.
Mm.
You could have this larger, but then you could have a smaller one here showing us where we are, or you could ghost the rest of it. I mean, but we gotta constantly stay connected to where we are, especially with what you have going on here.
Okay.
All right. So we should see the other one across the way from it, so we can actually understand how those two are operating.
Okay.
And in your case, this is actually this is 3 slides. You gave,
Okay.
and so you should really have 3 slides. One is the floor plan, and the next 2 are our apartment images. And I have a key showing how they interact with the other spaces that are there.
Okay.
All right.
Modeling.
Okay. I just have a couple of things to say because you all have said it all. Derek, that was great. If you could salvage that much good work after your system crashed, oh, you were working hard.
I'm gonna do a whole new. I'm gonna redo this and turn it back in.
Wow. Okay, you're good. I loved your work. Great presentation. I loved how you mentioned family and food. Yes, Black people, that's what we do. We do family, we do food, and we do worshiping God, a lot of spirituality. So you nailed it. You nailed it there in your concept. And I loved how you had all of the units coming out facing the courtyard. So you got to see your neighbors and talk to them in fellowship. So that was really good. All your technology, fantastic. Your solar, your sustainability, and your drawings, good. So kudos. You went last, and I know you were panicking about your work, but you did great. You did great.
Thank you.
You can call Jack Travis and tell him this story. Like he Derek, what I love about Derek is he's not afraid to reach out to people that other people be like, oh, I don't know if I want to call that person. That my stuff might not be good enough. Derek's like, nah, I'm trying to be where you at. I'm trying to be better than you. So let me go and pick this person's brain until I've got it. And
yeah, I had a few conversations with Jack about how I'm about how to develop this. He was the one who told me what to do with this part of the. Well, cause you remember when I was so confused on what to do with this right here, and he told me he was just like, he didn't tell me what to do. He was just like, go with your concept. Cause I told him what the concept was. He was just like, go with your concept, and the concept was family, and so I just left it. So me personally, I left it blank just in case people wanted to have a picnic or kids wanted to play in this little field right here, or if Miss Asamoah decided to throw a whole party, this space will be used for that party. So that's what I did. That's what I did.
I see your concept coming through. I see the togetherness and the familial communal living situation. And I'm a little bit of an exhibitionist, but I like the big open windows. So I'm like, yay, more people inside. Come see everything that's going on. And we'll figure out a way to shut it down when it's time to. But
yeah, Miss Asamoah was the reason why I did this. I did this window. This right here.
Yeah, because I did tell you to open that space up.
Yep.
that was a conversation we had. First of all, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of all of you. The work that you put in, the effort that you put in, the research that you put in. Derek, every semester you come through with some new technology that I'm just like, I'm learning from all of you. And for this to have been my first time teaching a design studio, I'm completely overwhelmed with the progress that you all have made from last semester into this semester. And I look forward to seeing you further develop and doing great things. Going in the fourth year, I'm gonna miss you guys, I really am. And I thoroughly enjoyed teaching this class.
Awesome.
Thank you.
As y'all's first year instructor, I'm very happy to see where y'all are as well. Too many times we see a good class come in and they start falling off by the time they get to the third year or fourth year, and you're like, what happened? And I'm really happy to see that y'all are continuing to raise the bar. So, hey, you got 2 more years, let's go.
Yeah, we're the class to keep an eye on. You know, you never know. You never know what's up. You never do.
No cap.
As long as that eye is one that puts a smile on my face, we all good.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Okomabwa and Professor Daniels, for sticking in here with us and giving your feedback and your knowledge. And I'm just so appreciative of your time. Students, I'm so appreciative of everything you've done. Y'all know this is like very, very heartfelt for me. So I'm gonna go cry some more. I'm gonna drink some water, get some coconut water, hydrate, tear up a little bit more. Y'all know I was stressed before this presentation. I'm like, I know they're going to do a great job. Woosah, I'm ready. It's like,
You were stressed.
You were stressed.
I need some sleep.
I be worried about y'all. So y'all go enjoy your summer.
And working full time.
Yes, I know what that looks like. So
It's not fun.
It's not fun, but be safe. Enjoy your summer as best you can. Stay away from the Rona. And if you're interested in being taught by me again, you can take the sustainable design course that may be offered in the fall if I get up to 10 students. So, well, minimum of 10 students.
Can you email me the information?
Yeah, I will send you the course description, and you can apply to just put your name down, I guess, and I'll send it to Mr. Daniels to solidify that we're going to offer that course in the fall.
Okay. So
yeah, if there's any, so if you want to take the course, let Professor Asamoah know. It'll be a lot easier to well, we gotta send it up immediately. But if you want to take the course, let her know, and then we can always modify your schedule, have you modify your schedule to add the class once it's available.
Yeah, so whatever
I'm sorry.
time slot is available for the bulk of the students, then that course can be used as a general elective or a professional elective, both of which most of you need. So
What class is this you're talking about?
sustainable design. I'll send you the course description.
That sounds fun.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Mr. Daniels, about that class, I have a question about that class.
Yes.
All right, so would it be possible, since I don't know if y'all still do Miss What's Face class still, but would it be possible to get that switched out with that Miss Asamoah class with the class that I need, that people in the environment class?
People in the built environment.
Yeah.
Too.
You get to see Miss Asamoah twice.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, y'all get safe and enjoy y'all summer.
You
Thank
too.
you, Modelly. Thank you, Mr.
All right.
Daniels. Thank you, class.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank
Great
you,
meeting
guys.
everybody. See you all soon, okay?
Thanks.
Yes.
You all did some great work. All right.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
It's awesome, Mom.
Yes, ma'am.
How are you?
I'm Caleb. If I tell you what my real life is like, you will be like, that's a bit too much information, but I'm hanging in there. I'm gonna go get the babies this weekend. Hopefully, if they daddy don't act up.
All right, now we on YouTube, so we'll talk to everybody later.
Totally completely forgot about that. How do I save this YouTube thing? We gotta edit that out. Can we edit it out?
Yes.
Get to
I don't know. Wait.
Yes.
You exit out, I'll never be able to see it again.
I don't know.
Wait, no, it saves to your thing, I think. Hold up, because I got a screen record.
Yeah, I need a screen record. Just leave this on and I'm gonna screen record my part.
Just mute yourself and turn it towards the wall.
Okay.
How can you go back? Wait.
Hold up.
Live on YouTube.
I mean, but the live won't.
On your YouTube page is it on?
Will the live not save? Or-
No, it saves to your thing, I think. Hold up, because I got.
Let me call Mr. Daniels and make sure, because I don't know. I've never done this before. I was just excited that I could get it to work. Okay.
How can you go back? Wait.
I'm gonna be.
Much. But the live won't. Will the live not save?
Let me call Mr. Daniels and make sure, because I don't know. I've never done this before. I was just excited that I could get it to work.
Somebody replaying it? How can you go back? Wait.
I'm gonna be.
The live won't. Will the live not save?
Let me call Mr. Daniels to make sure, because I don't know. I've never done this before. Did anybody figure out if we can save it or not? I think it saves automatically. Let me Google it. Google.
Oh, Professor, are you gonna send us your notes or like your responses and stuff?
Yes.
It said that it said YouTube will record up to 12 hours of live stream format and save it as a public video unless you choose otherwise to your to your video manager.
Okay. I don't know what my video manager is. I'm afraid to do anything that will stop life. Okay, how do you save? How do you save? Do you save a? Now everyone needs to know how technically unsavvy I am from YouTube. Okay. Download the digital event. Wait. Click on the past live stream and copy link. Select the YouTube live stream video you wish to download and copy its link. Paste the link into the download bar. Open video solo. Okay. So I can save it. So I think we're fine. And I will send all of you the link. I'll do that right now before I forget. You guys did such a great job. I'm so proud. We had like a whole expert on African architecture stay with us for all 5 hours. 2, 3rd. Okay.
I was gonna try to render on Lumia.
Click on the past live stream and copy link. Select the YouTube live stream video you wish to download and copy its link. Paste the link into the download bar. Open video solo. Okay, so I can save it. So I think we're fine. And I will send all of you the link. I'll do that right now before I forget. You guys did such a great job. I'm so proud. We had like a whole expert on African architecture stay with us for all 5 hours.
Professor. Profesora.
Sorry, I was muted. What's up, Kurt?
So I just realized I was missing some things from like the requirements, like the 3D section thing. Like I realized I did it. For some reason I just forgot to put it in the PowerPoint.
You can send it to me, Kurt. Like, I need you to not be worried.
All right, cool. Thank you.
No problem. I know.
Also, if my laptop can handle it, which I haven't tried yet, I was gonna try to do some renderings in Lumia as well.
Okay, and try, what is that?
Better. It's because in Revit. Oh, and on PowerPoint, you can't import PDFs.
Why not?
I don't know, but it's not an option, and so it's only like a snip. It's like a snipping tool that you have to use. And so I kept on having to use the snippet tool, and those, like when I brought it into PowerPoint, it blurred the image. So it was either that or take the PDF all the way to Photoshop and change it in Photoshop from PDF to a JPEG or PNG?
How do I stop the YouTube? Wait.